welcome back everyone, welcome back to another season of the Global StarCraft League GSL Season 2 of 2024, the Qualifiers. I'm of course your Live VIP, and with me I'm joined by the chains that bind me and these amazing people in the chat, these amazing players as well. Welcome everyone, welcome to something special, something that we do seasonally here on the CranKy Ducklings. That is the Qualifier GSL cast. Here we go. For those that are curious, the qualifiers were held less than a week ago. They were held last week, I believe on Thursday, if I'm not mistaken. So less than a week ago it was held. Replays have been provided by GSL to the public. Somewhat to the public. It was provided to the Patreon of GSL, so if you want to help support the Global StarCraft League, if you want to help support the Korean scene, you can do so via the command in the chat, !GSL in said chat, and you'll get a link to the Patreon, so you can of course support the tournament there if you wish. There are different tiers, different things you can gain, not just replay packs. You can also gain some behind the scenes videos and photo shoots and many other content as well. So yeah, there's plenty of content available if you are interested, if you want to support GSL. Otherwise, we're here to dive into those qualifiers. Now, the qualifiers were held less than a week ago and they were not broadcasted. If you're familiar with GSL, if you're familiar with StarCraft, you would know that the GSL qualifiers are never broadcasted live. I want to say the last time they were broadcasted live, I want to say in Heart of the Swarm, there was like a wolf cast, like 1 or 2 seasons of GSL Code A. I remember, I think Jake casted it a season, like maybe in 2017, 2018, something like that. Like, there's been a couple of exceptions where there's been like a sporadic moment where there were people in Korea that were given access and were able to cover it live, but for the most part, it's not really a thing. It's not really done too often at all. It's a rarity. It's a rarity more than anything for a live broadcast. So we're here with the replays. That is what we are here for, and we have quite a match ahead of us already here to kick things off in our first qualifying match, Rainer versus Bunny. Oh boy. Now before I get ahead of myself, before we sink our teeth into the qualifiers, let's have a look at the bracket, or at least at our upcoming matches. Now, when it comes to the GSL qualifiers, a lot of games were played. Unfortunately, we do not have access to all of the games played during the qualifier. The only replays that were handed out to the people, to the Patreon, were qualifying matches. That is what we're going to be covering. So, switching our scenes over. Is this a replay cast or live cast from a replay? Are you live chatting? Are you replay chatting live right now? What's going on? What's happening? Hello, Slowra. Hello, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Here we go. Okay, from the top, these are our qualifying matches. We have Rainer versus Bunny in our first qualifying match in Group A. By the way, this is Group A. Scrolling down, we have the loser of Rainer versus Bunny goes up against Nightmare in a second qualifying match, also in Group A. In Group B, we have Dark versus Ryung in a qualifying match. Loser of that goes up against Su in that second qualifying match. Again, each group is double elimination, so each group has 2 spots available, 2 qualifying matches available here. So when it comes to these starting matches, they have a second chance. Again, Rainer versus Bunny, loser goes up against Nightmare. They have another chance. Dark versus Ryung, loser goes up against Su. And then we have Solar versus Creator, loser goes up against Shin. Oh boy. So yeah, we have quite a number of matches up ahead of us here. Again, we're going to be covering 6 best of 3s here tonight, and this is only half of the qualifying matches for GSL. This is only 6 qualifying matches. We're going to be covering another 6 matches in a couple of days. It's 12 matches in total, and I don't have it in me to cast all 12 matches in a row. I'll be honest. I mean, I could, I guess, if I ruin my sleep schedule, if I just boil some water, brew some coffee. Sure, I could cast all 12 back to back to back to back. I imagine the quality of the cast is going to deteriorate over time, especially as we get deeper and deeper into the night. So instead, we're going to cut it in half. Half today, half another day this week. So there we go. That is the current plan. The current plan might be the current plan. Rainer has his games on his YouTube from his POV. Yes, I did see that Rainer, I think he made some content, but made some content. I think he saved his own games from not just his qualifying matches, but also like his previous round matches, and he was going through them. He was able to, you know, talk about his thought process when going through some of these matches as well. I have avoided all of that. I should say this right here, right now. Any spoilers in the chat will be timed out, potentially banned as well, so no spoilers in the chat, as I imagine maybe some other people have gone through these replays. I wouldn't be surprised if, I don't know, Wardy or Pig or Rotterdam or some of these other content creators have already covered these replays. These replays have been available for a couple of days already. They have been available for a couple of days, so I'm sure that, you know, potentially some of you may have already seen some of these matches. Again, spoilers are to be avoided. There is a Wikipedia bracket if you want to look ahead. The Wikipedia page is updated and has all the results. I've not looked at them. We have not looked at them. Experiencing it for the first time. Pat. But yes, I did hear that Rainer, he did go in depth into his own matches, so I definitely am looking forward to watching that later on. I'm gonna be watching that after this cast, basically. Like, I didn't want to spoil myself or anything like that. We're gonna be experiencing this blind. And here we go. So again, 6 best of 3s, and our first matchup is gonna be a ZBT. Let's go, Bobby. Let us go. Just catching up with the chat. Catching up. I don't know. Am I live? Oh no. Holy live. Not like this. Fill up the kettle light. Get that coffee ready. You're an animal, Bobby. You're an animal. No. Only half today. But here we go. As I should fix up the scene switcher. And sporting in the top right-hand corner of Alkyone, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing his new team, by the way. I mean, he joined the team a month ago, if I remember correctly, maybe a couple weeks ago, representing Team Falcons. It is Bunny. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Italian Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Basilisk. Now residing in Korea for at least the season of GSL, it is Rainer. Again, Rainer, he is on that Korea arc. And we have been following Rainer over the past couple of weeks. We have been casting him in ESL Open Cup Asia with mixed success. You know, Rainer, he's been able to have some deep runs. I believe his first week he made it to the semis, if I remember correctly. Then from there he made it to the finals the week after that. Again, he's been having some really solid results. Has been going down to some of the other big names in the region. Big names like Solar, like Hero, like Dark. But there's no shame in going down to those players. They are, you know, some of the best players in the world. And yeah, it has been a lot of fun seeing Rainer compete. Something that Rainer has also been doing is playing a bit of his Protoss as well against specifically Zerg players. Thankfully, it's a Terran. It's not a Zerg, so we won't be seeing a Protoss, or at least we shouldn't be seeing a Protoss against Bunny in this series. I say shouldn't because with Rainer at it, I'm sure he's willing to whip out Protoss at times, and maybe he will get to the point where he can even play Protoss against Terran as well. It's possible. For now, only against Zerg. Is giving me a hatch gas pool, standard opener here out of Rainer. Bunny across the map going for a Rax expand. Now, fun fact, this is a rematch. For those of you that remember, I think it was 2019. I can't quite remember. But Rainer, this is not his first rodeo. This is not his first time trying to qualify and trying to compete in GSL. And for those that remember, I want to say it was 2018 when Rainer competed in GSL for the first time and he got knocked out in the first round. And who knocked him out? Bunny. Bunny knocked him out in the first round. It was the round of 32 or maybe round of 24 back then. I think it was round of 32. But Rainer, he did compete in GSL, got knocked out really early on, and it was thanks to Bunny that did occur. So it's many years later, to be fair, many years later, and Rainer has accomplished so much more in that time, and now he's coming in as, I would say, the favorite player. Reaper dips in, does threaten the natural, but good control out of Rainer, does save every single Ling. See Bunny going to be dipping on forward here, trying to apply pressure to that creep tumor at least, but is forced back. And Raynor is able to get his third base up and running. Behind this, Bunny getting into his 1-1-1. Very interesting. This is not going to be an economic opener out of Bunny. He's going to be delaying his third CC in favor of a starport, a very aggressive build. With this, it should be for an add-on swap to get into fast starport production, get into fast banshees, and we'll see how much more aggressive Bunny is about to be. So my eyes on Bunny. We'll see if we commit to additional Hellions. This could be a Banshee plus a Hellbat push as well. That would not be surprising here. Again, we'll see how committed he is with his build and how long it takes him to throw down that third CC. You know, behind this, Raynor just joining up and making additional queens behind this. Making an extra wave. Bunny dipping in. There's that Banshee as we spoke of. Did go for the add-on swap, right into that Banshee production. Helly's going to be applying some pressure. The queens, they should be able to hold their own. So far, so good. And Raynor has yet to scout. He does have an overlord outside of the main base, but has yet to commit into said main. Is in the dark as to what's going on. Now, he should be aware that Bunny is a very tricky player. I mean, it's not like Bunny's cheesy, but he can be quite unorthodox, and he can really mix up his builds, especially against Zerg players. So this could be in the back of Raynor's mind. Again, if he remembers even Bunny's play many years ago when they did compete against each other. Oh my god! When they did compete against each other, Bunny was very aggressive against Raynor, which is why Bunny was able to shut Raynor down. It was with all-ins, it was with weird timings that did catch Raynor off guard. Speaking of, Overlord Scout comes in, and that is not a third CC, that is a third and fourth Rax. This is very committed. Very committed, borderline all-in. We saw Bjorn play very similarly a couple of days ago in ESL Open Cup Asia in the finals against Dark. Again, if you were here for it, I say a couple of days ago, it was yesterday. If you were here 24 hours ago, oh my god, we saw something very similar. And here we go. It isn't just 3 Raxes, we're going up to 4 and 5. It's a 2-base all-in. Straight up 2-base all-in here out of Bunny. Now, thankfully, Raynor, he saw enough. He did confirm additional Raxes. He confirmed the lack of third CC. Already a big tell there. Raynor knows to be careful. We're going for a safety Roach Warren. I'm liking the Roach Warren play here. It can be risky relying on a Bailey Nest. Going for a Roach Warren at this timing here is very safe and a very secure way to defend against something like an all-in, specifically even Hellbats as well. Queen's going to be roaching around. Oh, that's a kill. Oh, aye. That is not what we were looking for. Raynor slipping up quite a bit here in the defense. That is huge. 300 minerals down the drain. And Bunny, he hasn't lost a single unit so far. Very efficient from the side of the Terran. A really good start here for his all-in. In saying that though, ooh, Raynor, he's still droning. He has to be very careful. If he drones up too much, if he's a little bit too greedy, then he can be caught with his pants down. Raynor forcing Bunny back. Here comes the push. Marines are amassing. Banshee's still keeping Raynor's attention back at home. So far, so good. Good kiting here out of Bunny, shaving off some lings. We might be pushing out a little bit prematurely. Here we go. The tank is on the way. Medivacs as well. Bunny is rallying everything across the map. The all-in has arrived. And because we're all in, denying a fourth base is not good enough. We are shutting down Overlords, which is nice, but it is not enough to supply block Raynor. He was ready for this. Did make additional Overlords. Tank is sieging up within range of the Queens. A good target firing here out of Bunny. Going for the push, does focus on the Roaches. Queens are under fire, no transfuse by the way. Yeah, he goes for the scan, hunts them down, gets one more Queen. But we're running out of stim. We're running out of stim, gets a second Queen as well, just barely. The tanks have been left behind. And we're running out of Marines. Running out of steam, Bunny has to back off. Reinforcements a little bit too delayed. And the longer this goes on, the better it is for Raynor. Yes, he may have lost a hatchery. Yes, that may have impacted his production. For Raynor, he has Roaches, he's got Queens, he does hold on just barely. He can sustain himself. And again, there's still no third CC. There's still no third base. Still no follow-up here from Bunny. It's still just a full-on all-in. Now, we saw that even Bjorn, despite being held initially, his second and third wave against Dark hit so hard, and he almost still pulled it off. As Bunny's going to be taking down this fourth base once again. But as we mentioned, this fourth doesn't matter. That's the reality here, is that Raynor is still on a solid economy, so a solid production. Is supply block though. Uh-oh. And we pull the boys! Let's go! The boys, they have been pulled. No saturation at the natural base. Bunny, I mean, he was already all in. And this is it. This is his moment. Tanks are sieging. Do get some volleys up here on the roaches. Raynor, he does pull away. He does evacuate the third. Again, as you mentioned, the time is on Raynor's side. Just taking it slow and steady. Will lose the hatchery. Wild does not connect. Hatchery does go down. Raynor, he's knocked down to 2 hatcheries. Raynor does save his drones. He's got 2 more spines on the way as well behind this. At the natural, he can bring them forward. And the tanks, they caught on siege. The tanks. First tank goes down. Second and third as well. Big flank here from Raynor. Yeah, it does focus on the tanks. Marines, they can go to town though. They sit forward. They focus on the queens. They focus on the ravagers, but we get a full surround. And Bunny caught with his pants down. That was a brutal moment. If it wasn't for that, if he wasn't caught out of position, then those tanks would have gone to town, but they were reset. And Raynor, he holds. He does hold. Again, he may have lost bases and he may have had a rough time trading. But Bunny, he threw away his workers. He threw away his mineral line. Has nothing behind this. Going for a double drop towards the south, rotating towards the north. Bunny trying to pull Raynor apart. But supply-wise, Raynor, he's been able to keep up. And Bunny, he is running out of steam quite a bit here. Wouldn't be the case if he didn't pull the boys. He could maybe keep this going, and I would say probably lift up the main and land it at the third or land it at the goal base as well. We have seen both Beyond and Maru do this when it comes to 2 and 3 base all-ins on Alcyone. You can sustain yourself a little bit longer, but again, Bunny, he's out to 24 SCVs, does drop into the main base. I mean, he's trading well for himself, trading efficiently. Gets a queen, gets roaches. This is all well and good, but not good enough. And rotating over towards the third base. The roaches, they collapse on top of the army. There's 1 tank behind this. It gets targeted down. It does get targeted. Yeah, Bunny just trying to do whatever he can at this point, but the writing is on the wall. Things are getting more and more dire for him as time goes on. And we have queens protecting the main. Ravager moving out. The only thing we're really lacking here is anti-air. Even then, it may not matter. This is an interesting push out of Raynor. I'm not too fond of it. He does get a tank. Not the best trade. Oh. Not the best trade from him. What just happened? Okay. Not the best trade from him as he's going to try and push forward. And basically what just happened, I tried to open up the battle report. Didn't work. did not work, Bobby. He's going to be forced back. I'll make sure I don't do that for next time. So Raynor is pushing forward. I was gonna say, what's it? My habit. Checking the battle report, Smurge. And if you notice, but I believe they are playing with WCS Game Hard, so we have to count. You have to count, Bob. 19 SCVs go down. With that, the Rock's going to be knocked down as well. I mean, Bunny, he does have a pretty large force here. The problem is that he's been losing tanks. That's the biggest problem right now. Look at the units tab. We have 2 tanks in total. And, let's let's go. We pull the boys for a second time. Hon Mono, is that you? It's all or nothing here for Bunny, putting everything on the table. Boys have been pulled. Tanks, once again, they got biled down. The tanks, they fall immediately. The boys have arrived, but it's not going to be enough. It is too little too late. Raynor, he holds. He shuts us down. GG gets called, and Raynor takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. And honestly, that wasn't bad execution out of Bunny. To be honest, his initial push, killing the third base, killing the fourth as well. Bunny, he was gaining ground and trading well, to be honest. The problem was, of course, is that moment when he pushed up into the third base. As he was killing the third, if you remember, his tanks were caught unsieged. Raynor, he came in from behind, he flanked the army, and he got on top of 3 tanks. He was able to shut down 3 of those tanks before, I think only 1 volley went off there. Things happened very quickly. And if that hadn't happened, maybe Bunny... Because if you remember, as that was happening, he had killed the third, and Raynor was on 2 bases. Raynor, he got knocked down to 2 hatcheries. Like, he was being pushed further and further back. If that hadn't happened, maybe Bunny can push into the natural, and maybe we have a different outcome. Maybe Bunny takes game number 1 then and there, but that was an unfortunate position for him. He was caught out of position, so really nice movement there out of Raynor. With that, Raynor takes game number 1. Now we're getting ready for game number 2. Let's go. Game number 2 going to be on site Delta. Here we go. We might see Bunny at Dallas, right? Dallas does have an open bracket, so that's definitely something to bear in mind. Is whether it's Bunny, whether it's, I mean, all these players, it's hard to say who's going to be traveling. Home Story Cup is around 21st. Oh my god, is that Home Story Cup? Jesus, so soon, Bab. But here we go. We're getting into our next game. We're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of site Delta, we have our Italian Zerg player, the blue Zerg represent. Oh, wait, what? Top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the red Terran, representing his new team, Team Falcons. I have to get used to saying his new team. I'm not used to it. Team Falcons. It is Bunny. Down in this series, but not out. Not by any means. He's here to bounce back, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have, ooh, going for a pool first. Okay. Bappy. You have my attention. We have the blue Zerg player from the land of Italy, representing Team Basilisk. It is Raynor. Okay, pool first here out of Raynor. Now, I imagine this is going to be a safety pool first. After taking a lead in this series, there is no shame whatsoever, and it makes sense to open up a little bit more defensively here, especially if you believe that your opponent is going to cheese you, and especially if you believe that you're confident in a mid to late game scenario as well. So more than anything, Raynor, he's respecting his opponent and also looking quite confident as well to even put himself a little bit behind at an economic deficit just to be safe. So the spawning pool is done. We have 6 Lings on the way. Now these Lings, their goal is to bypass the Reaper. It's to get past the Reaper, get across the map, get on top of this building CC, and disrupt the economy, right? Disrupt the opener, kill the worker, delay the base as long as we can, maybe get some more SCVs, force them off the mineral line, and just cause some havoc. And here we go, the 6 Lings are moving out. Behind this, Raynor should be droning. Just happily droning up, working his queens, and there we go. Drone production has commenced. Has it commenced here for Raynor. Things are going to be moving out. Likewise, so is the Reaper. Overlord does spot the positioning of the Reaper. Very big scout there by Raynor. Now he knows where it is. Now he knows where not to be. So he's going to be able to rotate around. Now head towards the center. Reaper's on the way. Because of the pull first, Queen should be out in time. Speaking of, there's the Queen on the low ground to defend against the Reaper. And this SCV should be targeted down. We go for the Marine as well. The Lings, they do fan out, and up, the Marine is gonna fall. The boys are being pulled as well. So much less mining time. Oh, as workers are going down, this should not be happening, by the way. 2 SCVs fall, and we're gonna get a third, a fourth. This is too much. 4 SCV kills, and lost mining time, and a Marine kill, and a delay on the natural base. This is a big win here. A 5th SCV goes down. A 6th, oh my god, 6 SCVs. Can we get a 7th? No shot. Phew, okay. 6 workers go down, delayed CC, lost mining time, killed Marine. A beautiful start for Raynor. And honestly, he's miles ahead. He's miles ahead here. Sure, his third base is maybe a little bit later. His gas is a little bit later than normal as well. But regardless, Raynor, he's in a solid position. When it comes to Bunny's defense, as much as I want to praise Raynor for killing workers, I have to put a little bit of onus there on Bunny with his miss micro, with his unit control. With his SCV control, he needed to be a little bit more attentive. He needed to pull back, drone drill or SCV drill as best he can. And he was a little bit too careless there in the worker defense. And with that, Bunny, he's in a rough position. There's a lot of onus, a lot of pressure on Bunny to bounce back. To come back here and to get some economic damage done. Behind this, we're once again going for another 1-1-1. Raynor confirms. He does scout. He does confirm the timing of the starport. He knows that Bunny's going to be more aggressive. Immediately, Roach Warren. I love this. Roach Warren gets thrown down. Once again, Raynor being very safe against Bunny. Speaking of Roach Warren, we're going to need them because it looks like Bunny's setting up for a Hellbat push. We have Hellions being just reactored out as we speak. We have Concussive Shell on the way, Medevac, Marauder. This should be in line here with an Armory as well, with a Marauder Hellbat push. Oh boy, Bunny's going to be quite committed. And Raynor would be in trouble if he didn't already have a Roach Warren finishing. Again, Raynor didn't scout. He doesn't fully know what's going on, but he saw enough. Because he saw the 1-1-1, because he's ahead in this game, why not just throw down a Roach Warren, be as safe as possible? We spoke about it. There's the Armory. Again, this is a Marauder Hellbat push, as we mentioned. And again, Raynor, he hasn't seen the Armory, but he doesn't need to. Doesn't need to see it. He's already well prepared to defend. Comes down to the execution. Raynor has the tools to defend, but it does come down to how he does execute, how he does utilize them. Lings, they go for the dive, they get us around. One Hellion gets caught, a Reaper as well. Second Hellion before the Armory finishes. These guys need to be Hellbats. No, we can't afford to lose them. That's a pretty brutal loss there for Bunny. But here we go, more Hellions have arrived, soon to be Hellbats. The Medivacs here as well to heal them up, to support. Hellions have been confirmed. And Raynor is getting ready. What do we have to defend? We have 6 queens. The queen count is a little bit low for Raynor, but what he makes up for the lack of queens is roaches. The roaches are here. They have arrived. And good transfuse here out of Raynor, keeping his roaches alive. Does kite back. Lings, they avoid the Hellbats. They come in from behind. They get on top of the Marauders. And the Hellbats are going down. Without the Hellbats here, there's nothing to defend. GG gets called, and Raynor will take the series 2-0. Qualifying for this season of GSL. GG. GG, well played, Papi. Raynor, he does it. He does, or he is our first player even to qualify for this season of the Global StarCraft League. Very well done. Not just qualifying for GSL, but also getting his revenge. Again, it was all those years ago, all those seasons ago, where Bunny did knock Raynor out of GSL. And now, he fights back. Does bounce back. GG, well played. Raynor qualifies for GSL, and Bunny will have a second chance, a second opportunity here as we get ready for our next matchup. As a reminder, Nightmare was waiting for the loser of this very series, and now we know who he plays against. Now we know how this all does come full circle here. Nightmare versus Bunny in a PvT, and this is going to be an interesting one. Nightmare has some killer Protoss versus Terran. We were praising Nightmare, was it last week or even a couple of days ago, talking about how Nightmare, he's been taking down Clem, taking down Bjorn. It's hard to say what Nightmare's best matchup is right now. He's got some insane PvP and some amazing PvT as well. I bring this up all the time, and maybe I shouldn't as much, but typically when Nightmare does falter is Protoss versus Zerg. He struggles a lot against at least the Korean Zerg players like Dark, Solar, Shin, DRG. That's where Nightmare can struggle. I know that I'm saying that, but I remember last season Nightmare did qualify for GSL, defeating Solar. That, to be fair, that did happen, but usually it is his weakest matchup, which means it's not going to be an easy one for Bunny. And Nightmare, he's coming in on fire right now with his Protoss versus Terran. Let's go. Let us go. On top of that, I'm sure there's a lot of pressure on Bunny to perform well here today just because he's on a new team, Team Falcons. For those that are unaware, quite a few Korean players were picked up by individual teams recently. Again, in the lead up to Gamers 8, there's a lot of Koreans that have been picked up. Bunny was picked up by Team Falcons. Shin, who we're casting later on tonight, was picked up by Gaiman Gladiators. Gaiman? Yeah, Gaiman. Gaiman Gladiators as well. Sue was picked up by Dragon Kaizi Gaming. Was it DRG recently being picked up by Club NV as well? That was for WTL, to be fair. But yeah, just like how, you know, Cloud9 invested into Gumiho and Na'Vi invested into Spirit, there's quite a lot of teams that have picked up individual players, and Bunny is one of them as well. And again, he's looking to do well for them. Looking to do well for his new team. And here we go. We're diving into our next series, into a Terran versus Protoss. Catching up. Oh, I didn't notice Team Falcons joined StarCraft 2. ESWC sightings are saving that Korean scene. Yeah, sorry, I guess that's what I'm referring to, is that yeah, quite a number of teams have picked up like individual StarCraft players here and there. A Unfortunately, not all Koreans have a team though, as we're getting into spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of our Gyeone. We have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Falcons. It is Bunny. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, a player that I was referring to. He's an amazing Protoss player, a South Korean Protoss, but he is teamless. One of the few Koreans left without a team, deserving to be on one though. It is Nightmare. To be fair, as of relatively recently, Nightmare was on Matcherino. For those who were maybe unaware, Nightmare was on Matcherino Esports for quite some time, was competing for them in the last season of World Team League, but Matcherino did actually cut their StarCraft roster quite a bit. Matcherino, they didn't just let go of Nightmare, they also let go of Estrella. They let go of both Nightmare and Estrella, and Matcherino, they didn't pick up other players, which is unfortunate. That is why Matcherino, I believe, did not compete in WTL qualifiers this season, so looks like they might be stepping away a little bit from their StarCraft roster. They're still supporting Future, at least. They're still supporting Future. They're still supporting Arrowfire as well. But as a result of that, Nightmare is left in the wind, and Nightmare, he's definitely deserving to be on a team. So I do hope that he is picked up in the lead-up to Gamers 8, to the Esports World Cup, because he is definitely deserving to be on a team and deserving to be supported 100%. As behind this, it is going to be an economic opener out of Bunny, going for a Rax Expand. So very economic start here from our Terran player. Meanwhile, standard opener out of Nightmare, going for a Gate Expand into Cybercore. Everything looking as it should. Ooh, as we ease our way into Alkione once again. Just catching up. Just catching up with the chat. So you have a bit of downtime. Bunny is the better version of Hero Marine at the moment, I would say, but so much smaller. I mean, you can't get much bigger than Big Gabe. Can't get much bigger. I'm still lamenting over, I know we were just talking about WTL, and we'll stop, I promise. But I'm still lamenting over the fact that we didn't have a partnership with Mouse Esports and Big, like Berlin International Gaming. It would have been so fitting for Gabe to be on Team Big, or like Big Mouse. Like Big Mouse just sounds like an amazing team. Like I'm just saying. Like they're both German teams as well. Like they would have done well together in WTL. Maybe next season. Fingers crossed. I just want Gabe on Big. Okay, that's all I want. Even if it's a partnership. As behind this, we do see our tech of choice. Nightmare going for a Stargate opener into Phoenixes. Okay, we have our tech here. Meanwhile, Bunny, as he was shut down in the middle of the map, he did scout, thankfully. He did check that wall, did check the Reaper Cliff, and he did confirm the Phoenix production. Bunny's fully aware, back at home, getting into his 1-1-1. Interesting, leading into his 3-1-1 setup here with 2 more Raxes. Going for a safety Cyclone. Because we scouted the Phoenix, we know to make a safety Cyclone at least, as we are not getting into Vikings. Okay, just a Cyclone initially, and some Marines to hold on. Now, this is all going to be about positioning for Bunny, as he does move out with 5 Marines. Oh, I assumed he was going to try to fight for control of the Zonaga, but no, he's trying to get in position to try to intercept that Phoenix. We'll see if he can. Speaking of, Phoenixes are amassing back at home. There we go. Now we're moving on with 3. Phoenixes are pushing. Nightmare just being safe, amassing them. As a result, doesn't get caught out of the map. Bunny splitting up his Marines. He's ready here in the natural. In the main base, he's a little bit more exposed. Does have 1 Cyclone and 2 Marines here on the outskirts of his main. But if Nightmare did push in, he could pick Bunny apart. As we can see, though, Nightmare is still a little bit more concerned with shutting down drop play. Thankfully for Bunny, he's not going for drop play. He's going for more add-ons, rushing into stim quite quickly, actually. Okay. Much faster stim here from a Bunny. Avoiding a Widowmine drop, for example, avoiding any kind of scouting. The only scout was the Reaper. There's no drop play, and that's really a big reason why we do go for drop play to begin with. Whether it's committed with Widowmines or only a handful of them, scouting is so important here, and Bunny's in the dark. Now, what's concerning here for Bunny, as the Phoenix is a force back, is that he doesn't know if this is Phoenix Colossus or not. we know that this is not Phoenix Colossus. We have 5 more gateways on the way. It's Phoenix into charge lots. Oh boy. So we're going to be amassing charge lots. Marines do move out. They do catch a Phoenix. Very nicely done. Good movement here out of Bunny. Does manage to catch a Phoenix. Moves out. Fighting for control of this Naga. Nightmare does shade away. Does pull back. Ooh, and the medevacs are caught out. Thankfully, we do unload in time. We do barely unload. Phoenixes are forced back, but we are slowing down the army, and Nightmare is aware of the push. He's getting ready back at home. Warping in as much as he can. Now, this timing, I believe, is designed to hit. Even if there's one Colossus, we could probably break through this. Bunny is getting his third CC on location, is still pushing out. Could threaten to drop into the main. Interesting. Rotating over or opening up to the right-hand side. Knocking down those rocks. Oh, but we've waited too long. That's a lot of zealots waiting for this army. 17 zealots. Almost as many as there are Marines. Bunny trying to rotate around. Doesn't find an opening. Nightmare is in position to deny a kind of doom drop into the main. Now, thankfully, Bunny hasn't committed. He's been dancing with death a little bit, and he does step forward. Oh, he's going to be committing. Wouldn't mind saying borrow, but 2 of them get picked up. Yeah, 2 of them, they do not on borrow. The Zealots, they collapsing on top of the Marines. And we just chase down Bunny. We had a couple of mine shots going off. And so far, good kiting out of Bunny. He cleans up all the Zealots. Very nicely done. But we have more. We have more coming in. And we break through. We get on top of the Marines. Very nice target firing out of Bunny. Does focus out almost every single Phoenix. Very impressive. Bunny, though, is forced back. But shutting down and resetting that Phoenix count is huge. Now, because we only have 1 Phoenix, that means we can drop. That suddenly means that drop play is now viable for Bunny. And he kept most of his medevacs alive. Did I say most? All medevacs survived. Okay. We did preserve all of them. We have a decent bio army. Phoenix does confirm the positioning here of the army of Bunny. Does spot to moving out. As Bunny moves out, here come the Zealots. Oof. As they take a big mine to the face. Yeah, Bunny does get eyes on this. He shuts this down. Zealots are forced back. At least they buy time. Nightmare back at home trying to saturate his third base. Now he's getting to a robotic spay into Colossus production, but this is quite delayed. Nightmare is a little bit vulnerable right now, defending with purely Zealots. That's all he has. All we need is a couple of good mine shots. Bunny can break through. Okay, Bunny going for a split push. Moving out on both sides. Nightmare does have quite a lot of Zealots, though. Again, 24 Zealots here for Nightmare. But as we mentioned, where the Phoenixes, they were rebuilt, which means we can drop. Speaking of, we drop on the left-hand side, we distract Nightmare. Ooh, a bit of an Artosis pylon gets depowered. That's 5 gateways depowered. Nightmare, he has to react at some point. Warping in some Stalkers. First Colossus is on the way. Bunny doesn't commit to his drop, does pull back. Catching the Adept. Doesn't quite get the gateway, but there we go. Barely does. And Nightmare, he's trapped. He's stuck back at home, and he has no map presence whatsoever. Again, losing all those Phoenixes was huge. It wasn't just denying any kind of drop play, but allowed him to be a little bit more active, to force Bunny back. And he's just perpetually stuck at home. That final Phoenix taking another big hit. Nightmare trying to establish a 4th base. Bunny rotating around, and you can see Bunny, his macro behind this is insane. He's got a 4th base on the way. Bunny, he's almost maxed out. Ghost Academy is done. We have EMPs. 4th base is denied, and Nightmare is being lured out. It's being lured out into the open. No shield battery at the natural. There is a shield battery at the 3rd at least. We do have an overcharge. Nightmare pushing out. You can see here Nightmare forcing Bunny to react. Takes another mine to the face. Ay, ay, ay. Still only one Colossi, but we have a second on the way. Bunny rotating around. I do like this. Bunny, like, there's no pressure. There's no rush to just push into the third. May as well just knight the fourth base over and over again. Zealots, they collapse in. Big EMP on the Zealots. And the Zealots, they melt. They get annihilated. We're slipping on forward. We're diving on top of the Colossi. And they are so low. Vikings, they have arrived. Good target firing out of Bunny. He shuts it down completely. Stepping on forward. Collapsing on top of the Colossi. They bring down every single one. And Nightmare has been broken. GG gets called. Bunny takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Happy. GG, well played. Bunny does take the first game here, and that was a pretty interesting game. Bunny with very limited scouting information. All he knew was a Stargate opener. That's all he knew. He knew that Phoenixes were amassing, and he decided to go for a very, very early, very strong stim push. Remember, he rushed into stim, rushed into combat shields as early as he could with his 3-1-1 setup, did delay his third base, and yeah, he didn't rush into it either, which is what I appreciated. He didn't just like ape up the ramp and push into the third. It was slow and steady there for Bunny, as he was able to take a good fight, reset the Phoenix count, and maintain momentum from there. Solid game there from Bunny, and now he finds himself up 1-0. And as a reminder, these are qualifying matches, and they're best of 3s, which is brutal, to be honest. It is brutal here that these are merely best of 3s, not best of 5s. It's all on the line, and the pressure is on Nightmare. Pressure is on. Let's go. Game number 2 going to be on Site Delta. Let's go. Here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing his new team, Team Falcons. It is Bunny. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, down in this series. He needs to fight back here and now to force the ace match. It is Nightmare. Not gonna lie, every time I introduce Bunny, I have to look over and read the name of his team. Now, to be fair, it's still a relatively new team, and I haven't been casting too much of Bunny as of late, so I'll get it down. I think for me, it's a little bit difficult because Na'Vi has been around for a long time, and Na'Vi even used to have a StarCraft team, so it's easy to remember for me. Like Cloud9 as well, like I'm a little bit more familiar with. I'll be honest, I'm not familiar with Team Falcons. I don't know if they're like Dota team or a League of Legends team or CSGO or maybe all of the above. I'm not up to date when it comes to like modern esports teams that are out there. Like, yeah, if you're not a team that's specifically StarCraft related or that was like, you know, active back in like 2016 or 2014, maybe that's a better comparison. I don't know. I don't know these teams. I'm old, Papi. I'm a boomer. Who is this, like 100 ninjas in pajamas? Like, I don't know, Papi. unless they invest in StarCraft, I don't know. So yeah, I'll try to nail down and drill into my mind Team Falcons. The other one is Gaiman Gladiators. That's the other one that I have to drill into my mind for Shim. I'll get him down. Here we go. Nightmare's best matchup is versus Dreams. He tends to ruin them. Oh, but Dream is retired. True. Aye. Smoge as well. Like, I was a big Dream fan. Oh, maybe not a massive Dream fan, but I did appreciate him. I still remember when Dream was on SKT, when he was like a rookie up and comer as well. Back in the day, back in Heart of the Swarm. He was kind of like the next Terran rising star, and he was looking promising. He was a very promising player. Feels bad, man. Dream is one of the many that, like, he didn't announce his retirement. You know, he's not like Tasia, like, announcing, like, 5, 6, 7 retirements and coming back. Like, Dream, he just kind of drifted off. Feels bad, man. Just disappeared. He went to sleep, Bob. Went to bed. Sweet dreams. No more dreams, only nightmares. Oh, no. I do miss him. Regardless, we are settling into game number 2. This time, Nightmare going for a very different build, is going for a Twilight Council into Blink, not a Stargate, not this time. I do appreciate this. Stargate builds can be quite risky and a little bit vulnerable. As we saw in the previous game, these committed bio pushes can really punish Stargate builds and Phoenixes, just because Phoenixes struggle against that. Because, I mean, sure, they can CC and crowd control tanks and these key big units, that's true, but against Mass Marine, they do struggle and they're more of a liability at times, as we saw in that last game. So Nightmare being a little bit more secure, going for Blink. And how many gateways? We have 1 gateway in the main, we have 2 gateways in the natural. It's going to be 3 gate Blink from Nightmare. Quite an assertive style here from our Protoss player. This will give Nightmare map control. He can apply pressure to Bunny, force him back, and expand behind this. This is not an all-in, but quite aggressive nonetheless. We're going for extra warpins. Meanwhile, across the map, Bunny did get into his 1-1-1, and this time going for a much more standard Widow Mine drop. Now, the purpose of this mine drop, especially post nerf as well, we're not looking for damage. We're not looking for any kind of kills here. Ooh, as Bunny does pull back upon seeing that adept. Interesting. But the purpose is for scouting information. It's just to get into the main base, get an eye on the tech, get a read on what's going on. Hellion is going to poke its head here towards that natural. Blink is revealed. There we go. Blink is revealed. Now we know what's going on. Interesting. We do have the medevac rotating over towards the right-hand side instead. And we should be getting ready for tank production. Interesting. So, once again, a big prioritization of stim. Okay. So, in a standard TVP, we would usually have an add-on swap to get the factory on that tech lab to start tank production, to be safe against Blink Stalkers. Bunny once again taking a risk, delaying tank production or skipping it entirely to rush into stim instead. Meanwhile, here comes the mine drop. Mine drop into the natural. So far, only getting 1 probe kill. 2 probes go down. Nothing big. Medevac gets targeted, and Nightmare does defend. So far, a clean or solid defense here from Nightmare. Bleeding out only 2 probes. Now we're going to be pushing. As a reminder, as we move out, we're expanding, taking a 3rd base, and we're taking up into Charge and Storm. So quite a gateway heavy composition coming out from Nightmare. Getting into Charge with the Storm. Across the map, Bunny still amassing his army, amassing his Marines and Marauders, going for a double drop on the right hand side. Nightmare has not spotted this, by the way. He did not see, did not scout. Nightmare just now getting high ground vision with the Observer. And he will confirm the build, will confirm the upgrades. Now is aware that a bio army is coming, as he gets eyes on stim and combat shields. Hellion gets sniped. Stalkers trading with the Marines. Solid trade. Drop comes in. And we do hit the 3rd base, and we can deny mining at least. Nightmare is racing back home, trading with the army, picking off Marauders as well. Big pickoffs. Very good trade here by Nightmare. But he will lose the 3rd. And was this worth it? 3rd base is going to go down. He was able to pick off a medevac. Well, that was the medevac earlier. 2 Marauders, 9 Marines. Again, a good trade from Nightmare, but I wouldn't say that was worth a 3rd base. He's looking for more damage. Delays the 3rd CC. Does force it to be built in the main. Mine just not quite going up. Good pickups there by Nightmare. Ooh, and Storm is done, by the way. Nightmare, calm down. Looks like he wanted to go for a Storm drop. Does pull back for the time being. Again, this is a very expensive War Prism. 3 High Templar within it, each with at least 1 Storm. Yeah, he pulls back. Does end up pulling back, getting his 3rd base slowly up and running. Likewise, so is Bunny. Again, I would give the edge to Bunny at the moment. First third base pickoff. Scans ahead of time. Spots the High Templar. Should be aware of Storm. But he does not have Ghost. Does not have EMPs. Not yet. Goes for the High Templar. Doesn't quite focus it down. Good juggling there by Nightmare. Does save it. And here come the Storms. Good dodges here by Bunny. Does dodge most of the Storm. Collapses on the army. Sims on 40. He's going for the Stalkers. And can he break through? Zealous Warp in just in time. We have one more Storm. Forcing a bit of friendly fire. And it looks like Nightmare he will hold. Does barely hold on, but he lost 4 High Templar and the Prism. Oh, that was brutal. Prism went down, 4 High Templar as well. That was an expensive loss for Nightmare, and Nightmare is up against the wall. He's in trouble. Bunny pushing in. And we're about to have one more Storm. Good target firing at a Nightmare. Let's get him out of back. Avoids the Widow Mines. Oh. Storm zoning Bunny back. He released one more Storm, soon to be 2. Reinforcements have arrived, and again, Bunny, he's so close to breaking Nightmare, by the way. Bunny, he's up in Workers, up in Saturation, has a larger army supply, takes down the Observer. Good dodge once again on the Storm. Does avoid it, no more Storms left. We're down to a handful of Marauders that need support, by the way. They can't do this on their own. Archon's morph in. And Bunny, he catches out the Archons. Gets one at least. But it looks like we've overextended. And Bunny, stuck around too long, bleeds out quite a lot there. And Nightmare holds. Whew, just barely. Nightmare, he holds, Bobby. Yeah, +1 on the way. Plenty more High Templar as well. We have 2 here at the natural, 2 at the third. Nightmare, he is holding on behind this Bunny, taking up even further. There's that Ghost Academy, taking gases to allow for some Ghost production. 4 CC on the way. Bunny may not have killed Nightmare, but he's still in a good position. A lot of this will come down to the spellcasters, though. Again, how do they compare to each other? How do we trade? How do we engage? What hits first, the Storm or the EMP? Bearing in mind as well that Nightmare he doesn't have the freedom to tech up into Colossus, into Disruptors, and diversify his splash damage. Doesn't have the economy, doesn't have the gas for it, not yet. Remember, he's just now saturating his third, because his third was killed earlier. So Nightmare needs time. Does need time right now. As his main army has been spotted by the Marine. Bunny knows. He could try to dive in, but there's a High Templar waiting. There's a High Templar on the high ground. We do go for the Storm. And a good split there out of Bunny. Does avoid the Storm for the most part, but Nightmare wants to hunt this down. Oh, the flanking Storms. He wants it. Please on forward. Get some Marines. Get some Marauder as well. And Bunny, he should be able to escape. As I say that, Nightmare trying to cut the army off. At the same time, here comes the drop towards the south. Widow Mines. They do borrow, and a late reaction. Ooh, 3 probes. That could have been so much worse. 3 probes go down. Nightmare, he does hold. Ooh, shuts down the medevac. Does shut down the medevac, and Bunny is forced all the way back. Meanwhile, as Bunny rotates towards the center, Nightmare pushing forward towards the north. The armies are missing each other a little bit here. Things could get a little bit awkward. So Nightmare does finally push out. Quick reaction at Bunny, saves the SCVs, does pull back in time. Nice EMP on the Zealots. Oh my, he gets every single one. EMPs that Prism as well. He wants a Prism. Oh. Does dive on it. High Templar, they have to evacuate. The Prism is going to go down. Barely does survive. Forcing out the Storms. But Nightmare, he's up against the wall. He's being hunted down. Yeah, Bunny, he has too much momentum. And we just have some Storms. Good feedbacks. Making the best out of a bad situation. feedbacking whatever he can. How many High Templar does he have in total? 8 High Templar. Ooh, some brutal EMPs. We still have 4 storms available. Good storm on the right-hand side. Does connect with the bio. And remember, we have 4 High Templar here on the high ground. I should say 4 High Templar with energy, 1 without. Colossus has finally arrived. Making 2 Colossi at a time. We collapse on the army. Decent storms. Yeah, decent storms. Zone back Bunny. Nightmare doing whatever he can, but it's still a numbers game. And there's only so much the storm can do. Only so much. Behind this, Bunny is fully saturated on 4 bases. Nightmare just now getting his own 4th up and running. Without Miracle Storms, Nightmare, he won't be able to hold on. Bunny, though, pulling back. Gathering up reinforcements. We still have quite a bit of energy available here for Nightmare. 2nd and 3rd Colossus do arrive. Good concave. Do dive on the army. So far, a much better start here for Nightmare, forcing Bunny back. And the ghosts are exposed. We get 1, we get 2, we get 3. A lot of ghosts going down. Vikings, they get thrown away as well. Bunny being forced back home. Pushing into a concave is still a tough ask, though. Nightmare has to be careful. Still has to respect those EMPs. High Templar, they all come forward. Bunny is going in. Solid feedbacks. Does feedback every single ghost. Papi. Oh my god. Feedbacks all the ghosts, not a single EMP. And we deny the 3rd base. Nightmare, he's bouncing back. He was down like 40 supply, by the way. And he is bouncing back, forcing the CC to be lifted. Voids are being pulled. How many storms do we have left? Ooh, 1 High Templar. The 1 High Templar with a storm, looking a bit exposed. Does leave the charge. There's a storm on the army. Is very softened up, very battered, very bruised. Vikings are coming in. But Nightmare, can he break through? The Colossi are going to go down. Yeah, just barely. The Colossus are falling. Bunny's holding. He's holding on, bearing in mind that Bunny has a 5th here towards the north. Lost the 3rd, but he does have another base up and running. But Bunny didn't realize how many SCVs he lost at the 3rd base. He's down to 44 workers. What happened? Oh my god. So many SCVs went down. I assume that Bunny had evacuated towards the 5th base, but it looks like the Archon push here at the 3rd base did so much damage. And Nightmare is taking his own 5th. And suddenly, for the past couple of minutes, for the past like 5 minutes here in this game at least, Nightmare, he was up against the wall. He was barely holding on. Nightmare, he was barely surviving. And now, Nightmare, he's back in this. How many disruptors? 4. That's a lot of Novas. Big storm on the... Oh my god! Massive storms, and we stand in it! We stand in the storms, not like this. GG gets pulled! Buddy! No! Oh my god! GG, massive storms, and Bunny, his army just melts, and Nightmare fights back. GG, oh my god. That was insane. That was disgusting. Bunny, 2 storms to the face, and his army just got deleted. That was brutal. And not just that, but again, in the lead up here to that final fight, Bunny had so much momentum on his side, but Nightmare did a great job at preserving those High Templar, right? Something that we should praise here is that Nightmare, who is keeping his High Templar split between his natural, between his 3rd, and sure, we would get a couple of EMPs here and there, but he was so secure when it came to his positioning of his High Templar to make sure that he always had a storm available. Because he always had at least 1 or 2 storms, Bunny, he had a very hard time engaging, pushing up these ramps, pushing into the main army, and eventually Nightmare could counterattack. And I feel like a highlight moment for Nightmare in his push, in his counterattack, was the feedbacks, right? There was so many solid feedbacks there from Nightmare, able to catch the ghosts before they could EMP, and without that, there was no way to counteract the storms. that Nightmare had, and with that, GG. We're going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game number 3. Let's go. Let's go. It would have been the biggest team. Showtime plus Hero Marine would have had the best posture in World Team League. True. The problem is they needed a third. They needed a third player. Showtime, Hero Marine, and one third player. Maybe they can like draft Battle Bee or something. Would have been amazing. The dream team. But speaking of dreams, it's turning into a nightmare here for Bunny. Gonna be dropping that last game, and that's a brutal game to lose as well, because Bunny, he was looking so solid, just pulling Nightmare apart initially, able to take an economic lead, able to deny the third base. There was so much going right for Bunny, but in the end, Nightmare, he weathered the storm, and now we find ourselves in the ace match on Oceanborn. Let's go. Here we go. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing his new team, Team Falcons. Being forced into the ace match. Can he bounce back? Oh my god, sending out a couple of SCVs quite early on. It is Bunny. Let's go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing himself, currently teamless, but forcing the ace match. It is Nightmare. And Bunny is rocking up with the Proxy Racks. And not just one, by the way, that is a second SCV moving out across the map as we speak. Bunny going to be a little bit more committed here with his opener, with his Proxy. Let's go. The cheese has arrived. And this does make sense a little bit in my mind, especially after game number 2. If Bunny's a little bit frustrated with that game, he's like, let's just send it, Bobby. You know, the adrenaline is pumping. May as well make use of it. We're going for the Proxy 2 racks. Now, thankfully, Nightmare is going for a Probe Scout. With this Probe Scout, he will confirm, hold up, where's the racks? The racks is missing, nowhere to be found. Now, Nightmare, he first has to check deeper within the main. There we go, he does check the corner. Just because it is not uncommon for Terran players to fake a proxy and go for the racks here hidden in the main base. So we have to check the main base first. Likewise, you have to check the natural. Likewise, it's not uncommon for Terran players to hide their racks at the natural or even at the third base location. So Nightmare, he's just making sure. Behind this, he's playing it safe. We do have a Zealot on the way. With this gateway, usually you would skip the Zealots, but because there could be a proxy, we are committing. And this is not 2 racks Reaper, by the way. Oh my god, it's 2 racks Marauder. Cure, is that you? Papi, let's go. Okay, so concussive shells being researched, tech labs are done, and Marauders are on the way. Meanwhile, looking at the units tab, the Zealot has arrived. Waiting here on the high ground, and we do scouts, we do confirm. Big moment there for Nightmare. Does get eyes on the proxy racks. Is aware of what's going on. Shield batteries already on the way. We're going for a second gateway. So far, good reactions out of Nightmare. He has the high ground. But Bunny is going for the racks on the low ground instead, looking to contain his opponent to 1 base. Now, this means that Bunny doesn't have to force the issue. Doesn't have to force his way up into the ramp. He can expand back at home. And just contain his opponent. SCV barely does survive. Ooh, Bunny taking a lot of hits. He's trying to buy time the bunker. It looks like it will barely finish in time. Nightmare did kill the SCV. But only one. The other is going to be able to repair. And we are containing Nightmare to 1 base. Now, this could trigger a 1 base all in. Nightmare, he is going for a Robo behind this. With this, we can go for a Warp Prism and get across the map. We can go for an Immortal first to break out. Meanwhile, the Marauders, they do stem off the ramp. They do go for the Gateway. The Gateway? The Stalker, I mean. They dabble the Stalker, but the Overcharge a little bit too good. The Stalker refuses to die. Jeez, the Overcharge. Yeah, nothing does die here. We focus on the Marauders instead. 1, 2 Marauders go down. Did I say 2? I meant to say 4 Marauders. GG gets caught. Bunny tries to force it. Not like this. He tries to force his way up the ramp, but he does fail. GG gets called, and Nightmare will qualify for GSL. GG. Aye, Bunny. You have to respect the overcharge, Papi. I assumed it would just be trying to contain and expand behind it, but no. Bunny, he went for it instead. He gambled a little bit there, and unfortunately, he wasn't able to break through. Again, the overcharge was able to out-heal the damage output of all those Marauders. Even against Stalkers, Marauders, they could not do enough. They could not break through. Congratulations to Nightmare, and my condolences to Bunny. Congratulations, Nightmare, despite being teamless, by the way. I mentioned this before. Nightmare, he is such an amazing player. We've seen him take down Clem. We've seen him take down Bjorn as of recently, over the past couple of months. His Protoss versus Terran is insane. Even in his PvP, we've seen Nightmare take down Hero and Classic and all the other top Protosses in Korea. And Nightmare's still teamless. Just saying. So, hopefully that does change in the future. Hopefully, his performance is able to get the eye of a team. I'm sure it will, and I do wish him the best. Congratulations here to Nightmare. My condolences to Bunny. Bunny, he is going to be eliminated here from the GSL qualifiers from round 1. What I will say is that if you're a fan of Bunny, I believe he will have a second chance. What I mean by that is that players that make it into these qualifying matches and that don't qualify, they are going to be seeded into a second bracket after the first one finishes. It's kind of like a last chance qualifier where all the failed players that got knocked out of these qualifying matches are all going to be invited in. They're all going to be playing out a second bracket amongst themselves to fight for those final qualifying spots. So Bunny gets knocked out of round 1, but he is invited into round 2. So he will have another chance. And we're going to be casting that in a couple of days. As a reminder, we're casting 6 best of 3s here tonight. We're going to be casting the other 6. We're going to be casting round 2 in a couple of days. So best of luck to Bunny. Again, a bit of a Bunny fan. I do wish him the best. As with that, we do wrap up our first 2 series, and we have our third one lying in wait. So we wrap up with Group A, and now we're getting into Group B. Oh boy, gonna be going into a bit of a different matchup here, into a Zerg versus Terran. We have Dark versus Ryung. Let's go. Let us go. Dark versus Ryung gonna be coming up next. Again, Dark, of course, I would say the best Zerg player in South Korea currently. You know, top 2 alongside Solar, but I would rate Dark slightly above Solar at the moment. And Ryung, even though Ryung is a veteran of the scene, and he is a veteran, he has been around for quite some time, and I feel like a lot of people overlook Ryung. A lot of people do overlook him. A lot of people do, you know, when they think of Korean Terrans, they think of Maru, they think of Bjorn, they think of Kyor, for example, they think of Gumiho. Despite that, Ryung is an amazing player, and if you were watching World Team League, if you were tuning into the CranKy Ducklings last season in WTL, you would know that Ryung has a speciality. And even though when it comes to overall being well-rounded, even though he's overshadowed by the likes of Maru, by the likes of Bjorn, by the likes of these other Korean Terrans, if you remember, who did Team Vitality, who did Onside, to be fair, it was Onside last season, who did they have to rely on? It was Ryung. It was Ryung in the finals of WTL, where Team Liquid were popping off. Remember, this was post-DreamHack Atlanta. It was a couple of months ago, and time flies in StarCraft, and the meta shifts and the storylines change. But post-DreamHack Atlanta, Clem won that, and Clem was on fire, and Clem was in contention for being the best player in the world. Like, Clem was, he was insane after DreamHack Atlanta, taking down some of the best players out there, and it looked like no one could stop him, except for one. Maru failed. Maru couldn't do it. Solar couldn't do it. Who could do what Maru couldn't? Ryung. Ryung. Not just once, by the way. He was the Clem Slayer, and Ryung, he actually earned the MVP of WTL last season because of his performance and because he just stopped Clem in his tracks time and time again. TVT is his speciality. This isn't a TVT, but again, showing that Ryung, he can even still take it to some of the best players out there in the world. And for those that don't remember either, Ryung even was the ace player of Onside over Maru to go up against Clem, and did beat Clem as well. Like, it was crazy. It was a crazy time, Bob. It was a crazy time. It feels like so long ago, but it was like what, 3 months at this point? Not that long ago. Oh, and here we go. We're diving into our next qualifying match. Dark versus Ryung. Vámonos, papi, vámonos. Here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcyone. We have our red Terran player representing Onside as well as Team Vitality. It is the Tuna Terran himself, Ryung. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Talon Esports. It is Dark. Let's go. Catching with the chat. Lifted racks will kill the core pylon and gateway for free. That is something that we have seen Terran players do, is to lift up that racks. The downside is that it does disrupt your Marauder production, and he was producing, oh, pool first. He was producing Marauders there. Would have been a way to definitely lay siege upon that, and ideally force the Stalkers out of the main base, away from the range of the shield battery overcharge, and have a more back and forth. That's definitely something that could have happened. I mean, I'll be honest, I, again, was just surprised to see Bunny push up the ramp and try to force the issue to begin with. Like, that was crazy. But yeah, maybe he was tilted more than we thought after game 2. Like, again, after being ahead so much in game 2 and to fall then and there and to lose that lead, it can affect you. It definitely can affect you there. So I'm curious. I'm definitely curious as to the rationale there, or even the mentality of Bunny going into game 3, going into the ace match, and what led to that. Regardless, congratulations to Nightmare, and we're sailing into our next series. It is going to be a Rax Expand standard opener out of Ryung. Again, it was a pool first from Dark. With that, Lings are moving out across the map. It is going to be 6 Lings here from Dark. Now, this is not an all-in. We saw this earlier from Raynor, who has Ryung SCV scouts quite early on. Okay, let's go. So I was about to say that we saw this earlier from Raynor. We saw a variation of this to try to get across the map to wreak havoc, and we saw that Raynor popped off against Bunny. Essentially won the game off of his opener against Bunny with these 8 Lings. It was insane. But this time Ryung knows what's coming, does see it ahead of time. He can pre-pull the boys. He is getting ready here back at home. The SCV on the low ground is going to be targeted down. Marine has arrived. And so far good stutter stepping. The boys are being pulled. 1 SCV goes down. But a much cleaner defense here from Ryung compared to what Bunny had to offer earlier. And Ryung, he will defend. He will get into his expansion. Delayed for a little bit here, but only 1 SCV went down. For comparison, by the way, if you weren't here for it, for Raynor, I keep wanting to say Ryung. For Raynor versus Bunny, Raynor killed 6 SCVs and a Marine and forced a lot of lost mining time. And he delayed the CC for so long as well. Like, it was insane what Raynor was able to pull off with the pull first. Here, Ryung, because of his scout, shuts it down. So very good defense there by Ryung. Meanwhile, very quickly across the map, I did mention that this was a variation of pool first, because this was a pool first, but it was also gasless. Gasless build here by Dark. Dark is quite fond of this on some of these greedier maps. Maps like Alcyone, maps like Post Youth as well, which means fast third. Faster third base, a heavier queen count, more drones as well. Dark being quite greedy here, and this usually leads into roach play. Because there's no gas, there's no Ling speed is so heavily delayed, may as well skip it, may as well avoid it, and just go into roaches. That's usually what happens. And speaking of, there's that roach warren. Oh, there it is. Speaking of, there's that roach warren. So again, this is just a classic greedy Dark build. Does this quite often here. Again, it's very map dependent, just because without Ling speed, you can be very vulnerable against Hellion harass, against like 1-1-1 builds and Hellion pushes and that kind of early game aggression. We can see though that Ryung isn't going for that, as the tumor is going to be killed, and Ryung, he does confirm saturation in the third, but Ryung hasn't seen much more than that. Back at home, has been focusing a lot on Dark. We do have a very interesting build. Ooh, this is a Björn build, by the way. We've seen Björn whip this out. We saw Björn do this actually a couple of days ago in ESL World Cup Asia. It's going to be a Rax expand into a third CC into a 3 Rax. We have quite some greed here from Ryung as well. Now, the scary thing about what's happening here is that Dark is going for a roach push, And Ryung doesn't have any factory-based units. There's no Cyclone, there's no tanks, there's no Banshee. It's pure Marine, and Stim is not even halfway done. These roaches could do quite a bit, actually. We'll see. I'm curious how this dynamic works. I want to give the edge to Dark, though. Roaches are pushing out, and we do spot them. Ryung knows. Ryung, he now is aware of what's going on, and he's getting ready back at home. Bunker is on the way, it just started. Is going to finish in time as Dark is soon to arrive. Now, as a reminder, Dark is droning behind this. He's taking gases. Dark is not all in. He's applying pressure, by the way, but this pressure could get more than we bargained for. Against Sim, it's just over halfway done. The stutter stepping is a little lackluster from Dark, though, as we dive on top of the army. We clean up all the roaches. A good cleanup here out of Ryung. Very nice cleanup again. I was expecting a little bit more kiting and micro out of those roaches. We did lack that, unfortunately, and with that, Ryung is solid. He defends beautifully, and behind this, he's able to land his third base, getting into his delayed factory, delayed starport production, getting to 1-1. Ryung is in a good position. A very good position post that roach push. Back across the map, we do see Dark getting into his fourth, now taking all of his gases, and we can go a couple of different directions. If Dark starts up +1 range and +1 carapace, this could lead into Roach Ravager, into Hydra Lurker Viper. Could be leading to Lurker Tech, and there's the Infestation Pit. That should be for Hive. The other option, if we go for +1 melee, is that this could be Roach Ravager into Ling Bane, into a much more fluid composition instead. But based on the upgrades, based on the Infestation Pit, I imagine this is going to be for Hive Tech and for an eventual Lurker transition. Before that does occur, though, it might be wise to invest into some Infestors, just so we can support the army and fungal down these Marines. And here we go, the Marines are pushing out. Baneley Nest gets thrown down. Let's go. Ling Speed as well, so we are getting ready for a Ling Bane transition. For now, it's only roaches, though. For now, only roaches. Ryung pushing forward, cleaning up some creep. Bearing in mind that Ryung does not have his medevacs, so he can't stim, or every stim counts, so he's holding on to them, at least until the medevacs arrive. And there we go, the medevacs, they have met up with the army. There's that safety infestor on the way. We do have a fungal available once it does pop out. And we'll see what Ryung can get done. There we go, we're going to be able to boost over towards the right hand side. So far, Dark is keeping up. Now, even though Dark is keeping up with the drop play, what he isn't able to keep up with is the creep. The creep is really barely connecting the bases. For now, it's just connecting the bases. We're trying to be more active, trying to be active on the map, trying to gain some kind of map control. But Ryung is there to make sure that that does not happen, to strip it away. Second factory is on the way. It's going to be for additional tank production. Yeah, this game does reveal the Infestor. Ryung has to back off, has to respect it. Oh my god. Calm down. Ryung flirting with the army here, has to be very careful not to overcommit. She beat out some Marines. Playing with fire there, trying to bait out that fungal. Behind this, yeah, Ryung just rallying back towards his third. Fourth CC is finishing up. There's that Hive on the way here from Dark. And I'm curious as, there we go, melee is now on the way, not +2 range. So with this Hive Tech, I'm leaning more towards the side of Ultras more so than Lurker Tech. Otherwise, we would have committed to +2 range instead of +1 melee. So Dark is transitioning into a more mobile composition. Ling Bane, Roach Ravager. There's that Ultra Cabin, as we did mention. Again, because we're deviating away from roaches. Working towards that goal base. And Dark is focusing, at least for now, on tech. He's just taking up, maxing out, securing himself in these bases. And because of that, Ryung is going to be able to max out as well. Or at least he should be. Taking his fourth base and settling down. Trying to wall up and defend. Fungal does connect! Oh my god! A brutal fungal there for Ryung. Only escaping with one Marine, and a very nice catch by Dark. And with that, Ryung suddenly has that much less map control. And Dark, he can get ready for going for some counterattacks. Yeah, he has Zelnaga. Does have control of the Zelnaga, could threaten some run-bys here at the third. Ryung has to be careful. 3-3 just now starting. Dustin forward. Again, Ryung not necessarily known for his speed, but known for his positional play more than anything. That's why he does excel in TVT. Say that the tanks, they do siege. They do deny mining here at the gold. Even within range of the gold base. Gold going to be under fire at the same time. Dark amassing an army. No Ravagers, bear that in mind. Just Ling, Bane, Roach, Infestor. Ultra upgrades are still in the way. And it looks like this hatchery, it's going to go down. Good pick up here by Ryung. Doesn't lose anything. Clearing up creep on the right hand side as well. Gaining access to that 4th base. More Dark establishing his 5th. Getting a 6th. And Ryung, where do we rotate? Looks like we're headed towards the left hand side instead. Just trying to clear up some creep. Pushing towards the left. Again, there are rocks here that he can fall back to. Some good terrain to work with. And Ryung, he's about to max out himself. He's almost there. He's there. Has maxed out. Ghosts are on the way, which will help against the Ultras. Ultra should be coming with the remax of Ryung, sorry, of Dark. Do we go for that Nidus? Nidus Swarm is done. There we go. Nidus into the main. And Ryung's maxed out, but he does have some reinforcements. At the same time, Dark collapsing on the main army. Still Blinding Cloud. We catch a tank. We get 1, we get 2, we're going to get 3. But the positioning is just a little bit too good. And we cannot push into this choke point. Meanwhile, across the map, Nidus Swarm is shut down. Snipe there on the Overlord. Base is denied. Ooh, that's a kill, not a cancel, by the way. Hatchery goes down. Hatchery does go down as Ryung is just cutting Dark off, denying more of this creep, and now we have to push in. Once again, good Blinding Clouds. We catch 2 of those tanks. Forcing Ryung back. At the same time, the Viper gets sniped. The Viper is targeted. The gold base goes down as well. Ryung pulling Dark apart. What do we have here towards the south? We have a fungal. With these fungals, we should clean this up. Just barely. But another base goes down. Dark, he just can't keep up. Being pulled left and right. 2 bases fall. And the mineral line. Yeah, drones are going down one after the other. The Nidus Swarm into the main base. It does fail. Does not finish. And Dark, he's desperate. He's going for a big counterattack. And the soup does lie here. Both armies are maxed out, but Dark is in trouble. He has to commit. Going for the tanks. Does catch some of them. Going for the ghosts as well. Good EMP. Shuts down the infestors. Boys are being pulled as well. The ghosts, they weren't quite able to snipe. Meanwhile, across the map, Ryung forcing the issue. Wedging himself in between the bases, keeping the production. And Ryung, he may just have too much. It's hard to say. Can Dark break the main? Can he break into the main base? Liberators have arrived. Nothing shoots up. Nothing shoots up, and Dark, he has to back off. There is no answers to the libs. Freedom has arrived. And Ryung, he has done it. He is pulling this off. Again, Dark, he doesn't have any production. He has a bank, but he can't spend his money. Doesn't have the larva for it. And 2,000 minerals, but no larva. Big EMP here on the spellcasters. Ryung, ooh, forced to pick up. Leads out a lot of units. And Ryung, he's knocked down to 36 workers, but he does have mules. As I say that, yeah, the mule hammer has arrived. Dark, he's down to 2 mining bases, or really 1 mining base in total. Desperately triple expanding. Yeah, workers in a bit of havoc and a bit of chaos. Long distance mining. Catching more drones. There is no fungal. There is no fungal available. And again, because of the mules, because of the better economy, Ryung, he's maxing out, or at least he's exceeding here in the army supply. That's a lot of ultras, though. They have some decent upgrades. They have carapace. They have +3. They have kindness plating. Do we have any ghosts? We have 4. Yeah, we got ghosts. We have Ghosts, we have Liberators. In a head-to-head fight, I have to give it to Ryung. I have to give it to Ryung here, but that's only if they do clash. Otherwise, Darky would go for run-bys. Speaking of, Ryung is going for some drops. And we're out of position. We deny one hatchery, we're going for another. And Ryung is coming back in. And 2 bases fall. And we don't have a fungal. Don't have a fungal growth, don't have an infestor. Ryung pulling back. Dark, he is kind of getting these bases back up and running. Not the best saturation, not the best drone counts. We're getting there. Dark, unfortunately, doesn't even have 3-3. Doesn't have the best answer for those Liberators either. He can always abduct them and break their siege, I guess. Or go for power bombs. True, we do have Borrow. We could try to go for some borrowed Bailing Mines. That is a possibility here, as both players are maxing out. Dark finally running through his bank. This could still go either way, but again, I still want to give the edge to Ryung because of the upgrades, because of his positioning. Darky goes for a counterattack, goes for Planetary. Does collapse on it, Bailey's they roll in. Big connections. Big connections here. A mineral line goes down. Ryung does not have much to spare. But at the same time, these are expensive losses. At the same time, another Planetary goes down as well. Dark, he's popping off. Oh, I mean, we're trading bases. Darky gets 2 Planetaries at the same time. The goal base goes down. Top left goes down as well. A release is threatened. The game is getting scrappy. Can we focus on the hatchery? Looks like we cannot. Hatchery does survive. Ryung down to 20 SCVs, down to 18. More SCVs go down. Down to 18 workers. Dark being so annoying, borrowing there under that command center. But Ryung, he does have the supply lead. Has a massive army supply lead. Hatchery goes down, rotating over towards the left-hand side. We do have some blinding clouds. Dark can still take a fight. If Ryung is caught unsieged, or even sieged, if he's caught with blinding clouds, gets a tank. Oh, runs into reinforcements, does get 2 of those ghosts. Expensive pickups. 2 goes for a handful of lings. This is still coming down to the wire. Dark is down to 1 mining base. Well, this is his most important mining base here. Good lightning clouds as well. They cover the tanks. Snipes are okay. We're getting on top of the tanks though. Reinforcements, they have arrived. And it looks like we have too much. The Terran army snowballing out of control. The Ultra was spazzing out there for a moment. I don't know if you noticed. It's freaking out. Hatchery goes down. Darky's up against the wall once again. Darky's down to 3 Ultras. 3 Ultras remaining. And Ryung, it does look like he has too much here. Snowballing out of control. Good baiting connections, but the Ultras, they just melt. GG gets called, and Ryung takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Solid game there out of Ryung, but things, they got dicey. They got very scrappy there, very back and forth between Ryung and Dark. Despite Dark's deficit, remember, he lost so many bases. He was down to 2 hatcheries against the 4-base setup of Ryung. I thought it was over then and there. But Dark, he brought himself back into it, going for some multi-pronged aggression of his own. Shutting down the Planetaries, going for these Ultra run-bys instead, and he did bring himself back into it, but it just barely was not enough to get the win, to claim that win. And with that, Ryung leads the series. Ryung does lead the series here. Catching up. Yo, thank you for casting these qualifiers. No problem, Papi, no problem. Every season, Papi, every season. We do our best, do our best. How are you, like? Better, I hope. Hello, Sham, say hello. Yes, yes, I'm much better. I'm basically at 100%, or I'm like at 99%. I still like cough every now and then, but it's very sporadic. Like for the most part, we're good. We're good, Pappy. We're good. We have recovered. Wait, are all these replays, was the original tournament broadcasted or not? The original tournament was not broadcasted. For those that are maybe unfamiliar with how GSL works, I mentioned it before, but may as well mention it again. The GSL qualifiers were held less than a week ago, but GSL qualifiers are almost never broadcasted. Like, again, the last time GSL qualifiers were broadcasted live was like in Heart of the Swarm. Like, it was many years ago is the last time it was broadcasted live. It's a very rare thing to happen. It's much more common for there to just not be a broadcast at all. But as of the past year, basically ever since GSL opened up their Patreon, they have opened up some broadcasting, some replay broadcasting for the qualifiers. So it's been like a year, maybe a year and a half, almost 2 years, I think, of the Patreon for GSL. And ever since then, they've been publishing replays for the people, for their patrons at least, to be casted. So we do appreciate it. Much love to GSL to allow, you know, replay casting to be occurring here. So because of that, we're going to be covering it here a couple of days later. And I'm sure many of the other content creators are going to be jumping on it as well. I'm sure some of them may have already casted, you know, people like Pig, people like Wardy, Rotterdam, all the YouTubers. I'm sure they've dabbled in those GSL qualifiers in some way or another. Catching up. Yeah, exclamation mark GSL if you want to link to the Patreon. GSL, they don't just publish the replay packs, but they also hand out or they also release some like player interviews and like player spotlights and photo shoots and behind the scenes stuff. So if you're interested, if you want to support the GSL, if you want to support Korean StarCraft, you can do so via Patreon. Exclamation mark GSL in the chat. GSL. Here we go. We're diving into game number 2. Gonna be on side Delta. As a reminder, this is a best of 3, and Ryung is 1 game away from qualifying for GSL. Oh boy, can he do it? Can he pull it off against Dark of all players? Or will we have an ace match? Here we go, spawning in the bottom right hand corner of side Delta. We have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Vitality. It is Ryung. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player representing Talon Esports down in the series. And he needs to bounce back here and now to force the ace match. It is Dark. Here we go. And Ryung had a very interesting build last game. If you remember, he had a very interesting build. He did end up going for his Rax expand into a very fast third CC off of a 3 Rax follow-up. It was a very interesting build out of Ryung. We have seen it before. We saw it earlier this week from Byun as well, and it didn't really work out. If you remember, the Marine push from Ryung... Oh, sorry, it actually did work out. I apologize. Winding it back. If you remember, Dark also went for a faster Roach Warren. He went essentially 2-base Roach. He went for a gaseous build, and the Roach army melted. Like, he threw his Roaches away initially. Ryung had a much stronger start as a result, and he had quite a lot of momentum going his way. And then things got chaotic. Things got very back and forth between these two players. It was a wild game 1, and I'm hoping the rest of this series lives up to it. I feel like we were spoiled a little bit in game number 1, but we'll see where the series does take us. But now, SCV is moving out, going for a scout across the map. It is a Rax expand from Ryung, everything looking normal for now. Likewise, Dark going for a Hatch gas pool. Going for a more standard build as well. My apologies, I say that. Looks like it was actually a faster spawning pool from Dark, so he's getting into his queens as we speak. Reaper's moving out, and we are settling into this. Oh, you can see Dark attempting to take a third base. Ryung is in position. We have some worker on worker action here between our two players. And it looks like the third CC is gonna, sorry, the third base is gonna be delayed for Dark. Likewise, Reaper dips into the natural, threatens those drones, does force out a spore, but not much else. And Dark is contained. Really good damage done here, but he does fight back, and it looks like he will finally expand here at the third base. Does finally get his hatchery up and running. Delayed, but not for too much longer. Back at home, Ryung going for a third CC before starport, very economic build. And it is a factory, not a second rack, so a much more standard build here by Ryung. Nothing too crazy, nothing too fancy. Let's go. So yeah, it does look like a 3cc into starport. We should be seeing a tech lab on this rack into an add-on swap, or we could just go for something like a liberator instead. We'll see how this all does come together. As after a wild game 1, things are calming down here in game number 2. Likewise, this time Dark didn't go for a gasless build. He's rushing into Ling speed. We're not relying on roaches early on. Do have Lings to help support. Speaking of Lings, they do try to catch that Reaper. It will escape. Does barely slip away. Quick reaction there out of Ryung. Does manage to escape. And there's that add-on swap that we spoke about. Banshees are not quite in production. Interesting, going for a Viking first. That I was not expecting. Okay, so usually you go for the add-on swap to get into Banshees as quickly as possible, but no, we're going for a Viking instead. The Viking is going to be hunting down these overlords, and it's going to be keeping Dark in the dark. And it is going to be hiding the Banshee, actually, overall. Okay, very interesting. The downside here is that there's no cloak. There's no cloak for Ryung. Won't have that available to him. Viking does move out. Its goal is to hunt down the overlords. Checking the pillar here at the natural. Doesn't quite get eyes on the overlord yet. Behind this, Dark going for a lair first. Interesting. I was gonna say going for a bit of an earlier lair, but around a 4-minute 30 lair timing here from Dark. As Ryung, not like this. Oh god, I didn't bring it up. I was hoping I didn't have to, but Ryung, he has been known to play mech in the past. And that's two armories going for a second factory as well. It's gonna be mech. Oh boy. And the Ling gets in. No shot! Despite the Viking, despite the denied scout here of Dark, he gets into main base, he gets eyes on both armories, gets eyes on the factories, and we are fully aware of what's going on. Roach Warren gets thrown down. We cancel the Bailey Nest. Going into roaches, going into double EVA chamber. Dark, he's getting ready for the mech. Oh boy. Now, this is a little bit scary. If you've been watching the channel for the past couple weeks, you would know that 2 weeks ago, Dark versus Cure, as well as a couple weeks before that, Dark versus Gumiho, we had some very interesting series where both Gumiho and Cure were playing mech, and they both did defeat Dark with mech. It was Gumiho taking Dark down in the finals of ESL Asia, and Dark versus Cure, I believe that was in KSL, in the Korean StarCraft League. And in both tournaments, Dark did struggle against their mech styles. Now, to be fair, they were very unique styles of mech. Gumiho was very experimental, going into a more heavy Banshee style, into Mass Cyclone. We saw him dabble into faster Thor production. Speaking of, Ryung, are we going for an add-on? Are we going for a Thor drop? Reactor Medivacs. We're going for the add-on swap. Oh my god. Show us a lift. Show us the add-on swap, Bobby. Hellions move out. Meanwhile, there it is. We're going for Medivacs. We're going for the drop. Oh my god. Quanta, is that you? Show us the Medivacs. Show us, Bobby. There it is. Medivacs are on the way. We're going for Thor drops. This is a very, very interesting build here from Ryung, going double armory into double factory into Medivac Thor drop. I love it. Are we gonna see it though? Because here comes the Nidus. I want to see the Thor drop spot. By the way, I'm pretty sure this is the Quanta build. I'm almost 100% certain. Where you go for double armory, going into 1-1, going into 2-2 behind this. It's gonna be Nidus Swarm Host coming out from the side of Dark. It's gonna be a little bit more delayed. Ryung has time, and we're amassing Thors. Now, is this the quad Thor drop? It is not. Oh, so not quite the Quanta build. Now, what Quanta does, imagine this exact build, except we go for a third and a fourth Thor, and we go for a third and a fourth medevac, and we go for a quad Thor drop instead. Like that's the Quanta build. For those who don't know, Quanta, he's a Korean Terran player. Unfortunately, not quite it, but we're halfway there. Half a Quanta build. Nidus Swarm does finish. Swarm Hosts are on the way. At the same time, Ryung, he was in the middle of his push. He's forced to pull back. Uh-oh. Forced to pull back. The Nidus Swarm does finish. Locust Wave into the natural base. And we do deny mining time. We dive on top of the CC. Uh-oh. It looks like we will force a cancel. Massive cancel there on the fourth base. It was almost done. Almost complete. At the same time, Dark, he has to defend. Ryung is committing. The Thors have arrived, but we have Roaches, we have Queens. We have an army. Solid anti-armor missile. Thors are pushing through, but we're running out of Hellbats. As we bleed out Hellbats, what else do we have here to hold on? What else can we work with? We focus down the medevacs one after the other. And we only save one Thor. A brutal loss there for Ryung. And Dark, he's maxed out. Dark, he's maxed out. He's at 74 workers. Getting a fifth base. Massing Roaches. Swarm Hosts, Ravagers as well. And Ryung is up against the wall. And his build, the whole point of this build was to move out with those Thors, and it fell on its face, and we have almost nothing left. We have some naked tanks. They're so exposed. They have nothing here. There's nothing here to protect them. And we dive on top of the tanks. 1, 2, 3 of them go down. And GG gets called. Ryung caught with his pants down, and Dark fights back, tying up the series 1-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. I appreciate the Thor drop. I appreciate it. It was fancy. It was beautiful. Unfortunately, because we were hyper-fixated and building up towards that drop and towards that push, because it failed on its face, Ryung had nothing left. Ryung, he threw away all of his Hellbats, threw away his Thors, threw away a medevac, and he had nothing left at home to protect his tanks. He was so vulnerable to a counterattack, and Dark did hit then and there. GG, we're going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game number 3. Let's go. Ooh, let us go. That Swarm Host skin, that was pretty spiky. Those are some spiky Swarm Hosts. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Vitality, being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? It is Ryung. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Talon Esports, forcing that ace match, shutting down the mech and shutting down the Thor drop. It is Dark. Now I just miss Quantum. I'll be honest. Smooch. I do recommend the VODs if you're curious. We do upload everything that we cast on YouTube, and many years ago, we did cast a little Quanta, and he did have a very specific, very unique Thor drop build that he would whip out, and he even did it against Solar as well. Did it one time against Solar, and did bring him to his knees at a time. This was back in the COVID era of StarCraft. I'm talking 2021, maybe 2022, a couple of years ago. But for now, we're settling into our game, and as we load into Oceanborn, I imagine we're not going to see mech this time. Oceanborn is known for roach pushes. It's known for aggression on both sides, and Dark has been relying on roaches. Throughout this entire series, roach play has been a prominent feature here of Dark's play. And on a map like Oceanborn, it can be risky going for something quite tech-heavy. These timings and these pushes can be brutal, and we'll see how Ryung approaches this. Gonna be a rack expand out of Ryung. So far, standard opener, SCV scouts moving out. And I imagine Ryung once again wants to try and deny the third base. Now here on Oceanborn, there's only one third you can take. This linear third base is so exposed. It's so vulnerable, it's not really worth taking. We have seen some instances where we try to take it, as Darky does rush in, but Ryung is here to deny and delay the third. Oh, and Ryung, he does shoot first. Oh! The drone! Barely does escape, barely does survive. Whew. Pulls back, trying to regenerate that HP. Reaper has arrived, and we should be able to morph in that gas geyser. We save the drone, but we do delay the third. There we go. Dark now going to be able to expand behind this. Behind said Reaper. Is delayed, but only by a couple of seconds. As the Reaper dances with the army. Takes down a Ling. Pulls back behind this third CC before Starport. Same build. Same build, 2 games in a row. Standard opener out of Ryung. Now this standard opener can lead into bio, can lead into mech. It can be quite flexible overall. But after what happened in game number 2, I don't see mech really coming out anytime soon. Not in game 3. But we'll see. Behind this we have our add-on swap into our 1-1-1 follow-up. We should be seeing a tech lab on this Rax. If we don't, that could be a bit of a tell. But based on the positioning, we're primed for an add-on swap. And there is that tech lab. As Ryung, he got a scout of the main base, gets the hell out of there. I believe Ryung was able to get eyes on the gas geysers. Quickly checking. Not quite, he dipped into the main but was zoned away, so he doesn't confirm that it's not a roach rush. We can at least see that it's not, but Ryung has yet to really confirm. Ryung has yet to confirm, so going into Banshees is a really safe move, really safe play here out of Ryung. Banshee play can shut down roach pushes quite well, and we're even investing into Cloak as well. Okay. So 3 CC into Cloak Banshee out of Ryung. Dark on the other side, just hatch gas pool into a delayed third into drones. Nothing wild between our players yet. Dark going for a 4-minute 20 lair timing, slightly earlier compared to last game, only slightly. Curious how we do want to make use of that. Based on the 4-minute 20 timing here, we'll see Bailey Nest is going to be thrown down. Okay, safe play here from Dark. Going lair first into a Bailey Nest. The way this usually works is that by the time the Bailey Nest finishes, we can start up bailing speed and then get into our double Evo Chamber, double upgrades. Soon thereafter. So Dark just playing straight up Ling Bane. There's 2 Evo Chambers, getting into 1-1. Straight up Ling Bane here out of Dark, keeping up with the Hellions, forcing them back. Likewise, Ryung taking his 3rd base, getting into his 3rd and 4th racks. Sorry, 2nd and 3rd racks. There we go, into a 4th and 5th. So 5 racks set up on 3 bases. Pretty standard here out of Ryung. And yeah, it's been nothing out of the norm. Really, we just have this back and forth between Ryung and Dark, of Ryung vying for map control with his Hellions, and Dark forcing it back with his Queens. Banshees do push in, and with a fast lair. Interesting. Okay, so we should have been prioritizing bailing speed, but we skip bailing speed, and what do we do with that gas? Infestation Pit. Infestation Pit's on the way. We're rushing into a hive. Banshees, they will get eyes on this. They do confirm. Big scout by Ryung. Now, a fast hive like this usually means ultras. Usually means Ling Bane into ultra, but we'll keep our eye on Dark, especially because he has been scouted. Has been scouted. Banshees to get a couple more drone kills. 4 drones in total. There's the hive already on the way, as he did mention. Again, usually this does lead into ultra tech. Bailing speed now on the way as well. We'll see if Dark takes us for a bit of a different turn. If he does go in a different direction instead. But now just keeping up with the harassment. Ryung getting ready for his 7-minute push. Now with medevacs, now with tanks. Did preserve most of his Hellions. This move out can be quite potent, but it looks like Ryung, he's staying back on him with his tank. He's only moving out with his Marines. I spoke too soon. We're pushing. Let's go. We are going to be a little bit more committed here from the side of Ryung. Pushing out. Dark taking his 5th. is taking his 5th base. Armory is done. Hellbats are morphing in to protect the tank. And Darky should be able to deny this 5th base. The hatchery should be cancelled. And we step forward, we force the cancel. Moved there by Ryung. But we haven't really seen a major clash between the players yet. Getting ready for some drop alert harass at the natural. 2-2 starting up for Dark. And Ryung is threatening Dark, but he's not quite committing here. I mean, he's sure he's got the 1 tank, but he has kept everything else back at home. The additional tanks, the Banshees. Ryung has been very careful here with his play. As the Banlings are going to be jumping in. Oh! Ooh, decent connections. And 6 SCVs go down. Decent connections to that mineral line. Meanwhile, behind this, there's that Ultra Cavern that we spoke about. Again, because it was a fast hive, because we delayed the Baneling Nest, Ultras did make the most sense. So it is an Ultra rush from Dark. Ling Bane into Ultra. Now, the downside of this playstyle, as you can imagine, is drop play. And also that you're relying on only Ling Bane to defend. So, yeah, these earlier pushes and earlier drop play can be quite devastating. But Ryung has been taking this slow. He's been taking it maybe a little bit too slow here. As sure, he denied the 5th, that's all he's really done. And sure, now we might be pushing in, but the Ultra Cavern has completed. Clearing up some creep. And rotate around. Still a lot of creep to work through. A lot of creep has settled in. And Dark, he's ready for a flank. He's ready to collapse on this position from multiple angles. And we're going for it. The blinding clouds get thrown down. We cover the tanks, 2 of them at least. And the Ling Bane, it will clean this up. Yeah, the tanks are falling. Marines, they do hold on. But without any tanks, what can they really do? Yeah, Banshees get cleaned up, and Ryung, he has to back off. Man with gun on its own, not able to pose much of a threat. Ryung pulls back. Dark, he gets away with his 5th and his 6th base. Did double expand. Holds on to both. I may have spoken too soon there, as Ryung does sim towards the left-hand side, going for the hatchery. Does try to focus it down. Oh, it's so close. And it looks like the base does fall. Whew. Clutch pick off there by Ryung. Does get the hatchery. Meanwhile, a triple drop on the right-hand side. Ryung moving out. Going for the 5th. But Dark is in position. This time he's ready for the counterattack. Speaking of the Marines, they do push in, but that's a lot of Marines. That's a lot of men with gun. Good stutter stepping. We clean up the Lings, and can we take down the Ultra? Can we bring it down? +3 carapace is not done for the Zerg. And the Ultra, it does fall. Ooh, massive pick off at the same time. Dark going for a base trade. Bases are going down for Dark. At the same time, he busts into the natural. Banelings, they crash in. Big connections. And Dark, he's camping the main base, camping the production across the map. Ryung, he's gaining ground, but it looks like we have plenty to defend. Dark, he may have lost a 5th, but he holds on to his 4-base setup. GG gets called. Ryung, he has not enough back at home. Does snowball out of control, and Dark will take the series 2-1, qualifying for GSL. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, Dark. He does bounce back. He brings it all back here in Game 2 and in Game 3, and he will qualify for GSL as he should. Dark is one of the best Zerg players. He is the best Zerg in South Korea. Would not be a GSL without it. Congratulations. My condolences to Ryung. He did very well for himself, especially in Game 1. Game 2 was wild. To play mech, to go into a Thor drop, was crazy. I appreciate the build, but did not work out. And here in game number 3 as well, Ryung just wasn't able to get the momentum he was looking for. He wasn't able to punish the build of Dark, specifically Dark racing and delaying bailing speed, rushing into Infestation, rushing into Ultra Tech was something that was not punished. And yeah, Ryung, by the time he was being active on the map, Ultras were already coming out. And just a really solid game there from Dark. Very well done. GG. Whew. GG, well played. And with that, Ryung gets knocked down to the lower qualifying match. He has another chance, do not fret. Has another opportunity. Up next is going to be Ryung's second chance here to qualify for GSL. It's going to be Ryung versus Su in another Terran versus Zerg. Another TVZ. Here we go. But before we get ready for our fourth series, we're halfway done. We are halfway done at this point. It is time to catch up with the bracket. It's time to very quickly catch up with the bracket to try to get a read on where we are and where we are headed. Switching our scenes over. I think I have some updating to do as well. Here we go from the top as I quickly do update our bracket. Bam. Beautiful. From the top, so we just went over this. Raynor, he just 2-0'd Bunny. Raynor was the first to qualify for this season of GSL over Bunny. Likewise, Nightmare had a crazy back and forth series with Bunny. I do recommend it. Raynor versus Bunny was a little bit more one-sided, but Bunny versus Nightmare was very close, very back and forth. Even some of the games that either Bunny would win or Nightmare would win could have gone either way, so that was a very clutch series. Nightmare did win it in the end. Bunny having a rough time here in these qualifiers is knocked down. Likewise, Dark also able to qualify here for the season of GSL. Ryung will have to try his luck here or try to fight for his life once again in our next series. Again, do need to quickly update the bracket here. Boom, there we go. Up next is going to be Ryung versus Su. And as you can see here on our schedule, on the rest of our matches that are lined up here, after Ryung versus Su, we have another qualifying match, Solar versus Creator. That's going to be in Group C, in an entirely different group, Solar versus Creator, and the loser of that series up against Shin in our final series and final qualifying match of the night. So we still have 3 series left. Until then, though, we're going to be going on a short break. We're halfway through the night. We've done 3 matches. We have 3 left. We're going to be going on a short break. Take this moment to hydrate your Hydras, stretch your Roaches, massage your Marines, marinate your Marauders, and tuck in your Tempest. We're going to be back in 5 minutes with the next half of the broadcast. See you soon. See you soon. See you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the second half of tonight's broadcast. Welcome back to the GSL, the Global StarCraft League Season 2 for 2024, the qualifiers. We just wrapped up with 3 matches, and now we have 3 qualifying matches remaining, and we're starting off with a Zerg versus Terran between Su and Ryung. Ryung, he just went to the ace match against Dark, went all the way to game 3. We had a wild series there with Ryung able to pull off, able to be quite aggressive, quite successful in game 1. And eventually lead into a very chaotic game on Alcyone. Game 2, we saw some mech. And game 3, we saw Dark really just flex his skill and snowball out of control with his own style as well. With his Lingbane into Ultra. But I'm sure now we're going to be seeing a very different series here. Su, he's not quite like Dark, but at the same time, I'm really excited to see how Su performs. Those who maybe are unaware, Su, he's been back for quite some time. He's been competing for quite some time as well, with middling success. Unlike players like Hero or Classic or Gumiho, Su has not been able to really achieve these higher echelons of play as other returning ex-military players have. A big reason for this is that Su is a part-time player. He is part-time. He does not commit full-time like he once did back in the day before he went to the military. So he is only playing part-time, and that is a big reason as to why he isn't as quite as high as some of these other returning military players. Like at the moment, I would rate Stats and Rogue a lot higher than Su, even though Stats and Rogue came from the military a lot later after Su had already been back. So yeah, I do rate them a little bit higher here, but the reason why I'm excited to see Su is because he just joined a new team. After being let go by CranKy Freaks, after CranKy Freaks essentially dissolved their StarCraft 2 roster, CranKy Gaming have picked Su up. Very interesting pickup, by the way. Su is basically the stand-in and the replacement of Dark, of all players. I was very shocked when I saw the pickup, when I saw that DKZ was still, of course, competing in WTL. I thought for certain, like, maybe Dongray Gu, maybe Nightmare as well, maybe one of these other big names, but no, they chose Su of all players. And to me, that says something. You know, for DKZ, that's a team of champions, right? They had Rogue for a long time. They had Zest, of course, before both Rogue and Zest joined the military. Oliveira, Dark, Hero, CranKy Gaming, they get the best of the best. There's a reason why they are 3 times, I think even 4 times WTL champions. That was back when they were DPG, not DKZ, Dragon Phoenix Gaming. But regardless, like, they're a solid team. So for them to have their faith in Su makes me want to have faith as well. But we'll see. We shall see as we're getting into game 1 on Alcyone. Let's go. Let us go. Again, I haven't really seen much of Su since he was picked up by CranKy Gaming, and I wonder if being picked up by a bigger team like that, with I imagine a higher salary as well, is enough to maybe have Su commit a little bit harder to practicing StarCraft, to competing, to improving, and that may be reflected here. We'll find out. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcyone, we have our red Terran player representing Team Vitality, and on site, it is Ryung. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, now representing his new team, Team CranKy Gaming, DKZ. It is Su. Let's go. And as we settle into this, Su going for a hatch gas pool. Standard hatchery timing here from our blue Zerg player. We've been seeing a little pool first from Raynor, from Dark so far tonight, but none of the sort here from Su. Not yet, at least in game 1. Ryung behind this, he just played out a Terran versus Zerg, and now he has to play out another Terran versus Zerg matchup. We saw him dabble in mech against Dark, and yo, if you're gonna play mech against Dark, I imagine we're gonna be seeing some mech against Su as well. Whether we whip it out in game 1 on Alcyone though, that's the question. This map was the map that Ryung was able to take against Dark with a more aggressive bio style. I wonder if we fall back to the same bio build here against Su. We'll keep our eye on Ryung. But now Rax expand. Standard opener. Standard opener out of our South Korean Terran. Everything looking as it should for the time being. SCV Scout moving out, since with this scout we're going to be able to get eyes on the natural base timing, on any additional gases, on the spawning pool timing as well. So Ryung just being safe and secure. There we go. He does confirm the timing of the hatchery. That does let him know it was a hatch first. So just like that, he's safe and secure. He does pull back, rotates around towards the third base, trying to delay that third for as long as he can. So it's coming in, but Ryung is in position. So a nice delay here of the third base, being as annoying as possible. Reaper's on the way. Can we deny the gas? Oh, we cannot. Gas Geyser is morphed in. Do morph in that gas. Reaper does hit that natural, but Lings have arrived. Queen is on the way, and Su should be able to hold on. Behind this, it's the same build. This is the same build that we saw against Dark. It's Rax expand into a third CC before Starport, before Factory, before Rax. A very greedy build here, going into a very fast third, and this is going to lead into a second and a third Rax behind this. So 3 Rax, Marine with Stim and Combat Shields. Now again, this is the same build that Ryung did against Dark earlier today. This is also the same build that we saw from Björn and ESL Open Cup Asia as well. So again, it has been a build that has been quite trendy as of late. Ooh, as Su, he responds with a Roach Warren. I say responds, Su doesn't know what's going on, but he does throw down a very early Roach Warren. What was that, a 3-minute Roach Warren timing? Jesus! We're going for a Roach push. I'm getting deja vu. If you remember, it was the same map in the same situation where Dark also went for like a 7 Roach push, and he threw his Roaches away. Ryung, he got a lot of momentum early on with his initial defense. I wonder, will history repeat itself, or will Su have a cleaner execution of his Roach push? Speaking of, Roach Warren is done, and 7 Roaches are on the way. Now, this is not an all-in. I believe Su should be droning up behind this. We'll see how many Roaches we make. Ling's speed was avoided, was not made. Oh, we're going up to 9 Roaches, actually. Okay. 9 Roach push here from Su. Now we're droning. So again, it's committed, but not all in. Now, this does mean that Su needs to trade well. He needs to get some SCV kills, needs to trade with the army, needs to get some kind of damage done here, as 9 Roaches are moving out. Meanwhile, Ryung has yet to confirm. If you remember, last time, the Roaches pushed through the right-hand side and they got spotted by the Zolnaga. This time, Ryung, he rotates towards the left-hand side. He does come across the Roaches. Big scout by Ryung. Bunker has been thrown down and Marines are amassing. That's a solid amount of Marines here for Ryung already. We may have to pull a couple of boys. I believe Ryung should be able to defend. Yeah, it does force back the army. Su, though, coming in with reinforcements. Does force Ryung back, boys. They have to be pulled. Yeah, rough engage there by Ryung initially. A lot of Marines not even adding any DPS, but the bunker is now done. And we got 5 SCV kills. And honestly, a better execution here by Su. Su, he preserves most of his Roaches, or every single Roach. Gets 5 workers, pulls back. Very nicely done here by Su. And Su's going to be transitioning back at home. Droning on up, getting into his lair, getting into his 1-1. So Ryung's position isn't as solid as it was earlier against Dark, but now he's getting his 3rd. Factory is finishing, soon to be going into a starport, into medevac production. Stim is now done, but can we make use of it? Ryung is going to be pushing. I believe he's going to be fighting for the Zolnaga and maybe dipping onto creep, but he shouldn't be committing into any of these bases. Ryung does have to be careful. Quick reaction out of Su. Does pull back. Pulls back the weakened Ling. Bringing back his Roaches. Now he does dip onto creep. Again, his goal here is to just keep the creep at bay. Gets an active tumor. Only 1. And Su, he's actually committing quite hard here. He droned up to 3 base saturation. He's getting a 4th, but he's making a lot of Roach Ravager. Su, he does want to collapse on this. Ryung pushing deep onto creep. Does force out a stim. Do focus down a couple of roaches, but he got the reinforcements of Su. And he shuts this down. Forcing Ryung to stim away. Does have to race back, and Su, by the way, hasn't made any drones. It's been quite some time. He does have a 4th base, but he's only been main-hunting over. He has not made a drone in quite some time. He's amassing Roach Ravager. He's looking to max out. He's looking to push. He's going all in. A big 3-base all in here out of Su. And Ryung, he hasn't confirmed this, by the way. He's got a 4th CC in production. No bunkers. Very little SimCity here. And he moves out. Oh. As he moves out, Su's getting ready to push in. And Ryung, his pants are down. Oh no. Pull him up, Bobby. Pull him up. Ryung, as he pushes out onto the map, he's revealing himself. And Su, we're pushing in. We're going for the kill. Going straight for the throws. We have 1 tank here in position. Boys are being pulled. And we can just bar the tank down. Yeah, the tank will fall. We have a 2nd tank here at the natural base. So many SCVs are falling. The army has to race back home. And the piles are just a little bit too good. We delay the 4CC. And Ryung, he's down to his last. Has to pull the boys once again. That's all he can do. Stutter stepping his heart out. Going down to 27 SCVs. He does have some nice target firing. He does focus on as many Ravagers as he can, but it's still too much. GG gets called, and Su takes the lead in the series. GG. Get very nicely done here by Su, taking game number 1. Unlike his opponent, or unlike his fellow Zerg player Dark, Su, he just doubled down. he just droned up to 3 bases, droned up to 68, cut drone production, and just maxed out on Roach Ravager. And unfortunately, because he was pushing on the left-hand side, because he was avoiding the Zonaga, he was not scouted. Ryung, he wasn't ready to scout in that direction. He wasn't anticipating that kind of move out. And the onus is a little bit on Ryung there for not considering a push on the left-hand side. Didn't see it coming until it was too late. And with that, GG. GG, well played. Su does take game number 1. And now we're diving into game number 2. On site Delta. Let's go. Let us go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of site Delta, we have our Red Terran player, the South Korean Terran, representing Team Vitality down in this series. He needs to fight back here and now to qualify for a chance to qualify for GSL. He needs your support. It is Ryung. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Zerg player. Blue Zerg representing his new team, representing Dragon Kai Z Gaming, DKZ, leading the series 1-0. Uno mas, 1 more is all he needs. It is Su. Let's go. I feel like Su always plays diamond build so I can copy them. I don't know if I would quite say that. For a very long time, especially if you're maybe a newer player, maybe you're unfamiliar with Su. Su, his kind of a reign in StarCraft and his reign of dominance, I should say, was quite a number of years ago, back when he was getting non-stop 2nd places in GSL. Su, he was the best Zerg player in the world at the time. Didn't win anything, unfortunately, or didn't win a GSL, but because of all those 2nd places, he was kind of the king of Kongs. And how many 2nd places was it? 4? 5? It was at least 4, maybe even 5 2nd place GSLs. But it all did culminate before he joined the military. It all culminated in an IEM Katowice win in a World Championship victory for Su. It was a momentous occasion for him. And his playstyle back in the day was a little bit more standard. He was very macro-oriented, was not necessarily known for being a very fast player, a very speedy player, very aggressive or cheesy player. Just a lot more solid in his play. Not saying he was too kind of vanilla and too by the book. What I did appreciate out of Su, I don't know if you remember this, but there was a period in, I want to say Heart of the Swarm, where Su, I think it was when Su joined Root Gaming, and he was it when he joined Root Gaming, or maybe he was just close with Cats, but he was even learning and taking builds from Cats as well. I remember that did happen in some GSLs where he was using his builds and going over them on stream as well. Really cool to see Sue kind of branch out in such a way. And again, it eventually did lead into a win. It's great to see Sue back. And like a lot of these returning military players, a lot of them are champions. A lot of them have a lot to live up to, and we're still waiting for that for Sue. We're still waiting for, you know, that kind of prime Sue to reveal himself once again. Like Hero has, for example, or even Classic. I feel like Hero, Classic, and Gumiho are like the best examples of returning military players like popping off. It feels like Stats and Rogue are on that path. Like Stats and Rogue, they've been improving a lot in a short period of time. But we're still waiting for players like Sue, players like DRG. That's another returning military player that is still like in the middle of the pack, it feels. In the middle of the pack, trying to break out. But I'm here for it. I am here for it. The other would have been TY, but TY already did kind of announce his retirement of StarCraft. I think that was last season, right, where he wanted to focus on Brood War. As I say that, I believe TY did sign up for these qualifiers, which surprised me. I'll be honest. I was very surprised to see, to hear that TY had signed up for the qualifiers, considering that he had announced his retirement. I guess he's like the next Tasia, is he? It's like, it's one of those things where if a player announces their retirement, that means they're not retiring. If they don't say anything, then you know that they're gone. It's feels bad, man. As you see Ryung just rotating between the bases. Behind this, talking about the game itself, talking about our builds. We are getting into our 3cc into 111. Standard build out of Ryung. Getting into his Hellion Banshee play. Is going to be going Hellion Banshee. Does go Viking first once again. Not the first time we've seen this build. With the Viking first, he's going to be keeping his build under wraps. And oh my god, we're going to be doubling down. Going into mech again. God damn it. Maybe it's map specific. This is the same build that we saw against Dark, also on side Delta. And if you remember, this double armory build led into Thor's, by the way. So I'm curious if Thor's are also going to be on the horizon once again from Ryung. There's that second factory. Soon going to be going for an add-on swap for tank or Thor production. Yeah, third factory now on the way. Hellions move out. They threaten that third. Su's keeping up, and what's scary is that Su doesn't know what's going on. Because he lost the Overlord, because his vision has been stripped away, he's in the dark. We need that lair. Once the lair is done, we get an Overseer. Once we get the Overseer, we need to scout that main. Before we can scout, we can see Ryung patrolling around with that Viking, dipping into the main, getting a drone. One drone goes down. Was it Su announced his retirement? Oh no, it was TY. It was TY. Sorry if I didn't make that clear. I was referring to TY there. He had announced his retirement. Specifically his retirement from StarCraft 2. As he did say that he wanted to keep playing Brood War. Or specifically streaming Brood War. As we do see Lings getting across the map. Getting into that mineral line. Likewise, we have another Ling run by going straight for that third base. Hellions do miss them. At the same time, do we have much to defend back at home? Sui does make away with reinforcements. Is amassing Lings. The Queens are coming forward as well. He gets into the mineral line. Quick reaction out of Ryung. Does pull back. Does save his workers. Shuts down the Lings. And I'm afraid to look at the vision here. I mean, upon seeing all these Hellions, that is a tell. That is a tell for Su. He does start up more roaches, or he does start his roach warren. Infestation bits on the way. He's working towards roach production, but this is a delayed scout here by Su. Oh, he's even investing into +1 melee. Not ideal. But the wall is wide open. The Thors have been revealed. We spoke about it. The Thor drop is coming. The Thors have arrived. Hellions, soon to be Hellbats, and we're pushing out. And this time, the build is looking that much stronger. If you remember, Ryung did the same build against Dark, but Dark scouted this so early on and he completely shut this down. This time, delayed reaction, delayed scout by Su. He's not quite ready for this. Lings are being shut down. We're going into Ling Hydra. Oof. Not ideal against mech. Roaches are amassing. But the army has arrived. And what do we have to work with? 7 Hydras, 6 Roaches, 1 Ling. We're pushing forward. Massive anti-armor soul on the Hydras. Ay, ay, ay. The Hydras get softened up. The Thors have been dropped. We are forcing Su back. Good target firing from Su. Gets the Raven. Does get the Raven. The Hellbats are falling as well. And Su holds. Su, he does hold on. Oh, I spoke too soon. What about the mineral line? Up. Good splits. We do avoid the Hellbats for the most part. 9 drones went down. That could have been so much worse. Su holds. So he does hold on. He's getting into his Roach Hydra, throwing down a Spire behind this. Interesting choice, going for the Spire. I'm curious. He might be looking to rush into a Greater Spire, into Broodlords. Upon seeing the Thors, I can't imagine we're going to Mutas. But we'll see. Especially because we're invested this heavily into Hydras. So we're rotating around, pushing towards that 4th. Su has arrived. Ryung late to respond. Yeah, he's late to siege up, late to respond. Tank is going to be going down. Boys are being pulled. A much better trade here for Su. Taking down another tank. And cleaning up so many SCVs. It looks like Su is going to be cleaned up, though. He does overextend. But looking at the resources lost tab, actually only gets 12 workers. I say 12. That was 11 in total. As only 1 had died so far. So 11 SCV kills, not too bad. A lot less mine time. Ryung, though, amassing quite an army. Tanks and Thors. Tanks, Thors, Vikings, Hellions as well. The name of the game here for Ryung is going to be to turtle. His goal here is to just turtle up to fortify himself on these 4 bases. Speaking of turtling, there's the Sensor Tower. And when it comes to Su, I do like this. It was to rush into Broodlords. We spoke about the Spire earlier. There's that Greater Spire. And Broodlords is going to be a big power spike here for Su, if he can get there. We do need time. Time not just to make the Greater Spire, but to make Corruptors first, then the Broodlords themselves. Hellion Run by gets across the map. It gets a drone. Much more. Do you manage to get a worker? I was looking for the scan. I was like, wait, what's going on? Scans in between the bases, trying to get a read on the army. Back at home, how many tanks do we have? 11 tanks! That's a lot of tanks, man. We're building up to 11 tanks. We have a 5th CC getting up and running here for Ryung. Could do with some more sensor towers, but for the most part, Ryung is looking solid. And Su isn't really applying any pressure, which is a little bit concerning. I mean, I do love that we're rushing into Broodlord. Sure, that's great and all, but we do want to trade out our Roaches. Ideally with SCVs. Hellion Rumbai goes in, and ooh, we shut down a good chunk of drones. And here comes the main army by Ryung. Broodlords are still on the way. 8 Broodlords in production. We need a little bit more time. Good yoink on the Viking, yoink on the 2nd Viking as well. We don't quite get it. Ooh, expensive loss there for Su. Bleeds out a Viper for 2 Vikings. More Corruptors are amassing. They're making their way across. Oh, the tanks, they shell away. They annihilate the Roach Hydra. The tanks are going to town. We don't have that much anti-air. But they clean up the Hydras. They clean up the Roaches. The Broodlords will reign supreme, and they force this all the way back. Taking down so many tanks. 4, 5, soon to be 6 tanks going down. These Broodlords more than pay for themselves. At the same time, though, we bleed out a base with a tank run by. Again, that was a lot of tanks. Oh, they're on A move, though. Uh-oh. They were an A move. 3 tanks go down. 3, soon to be 4, soon to be 5. Some hefty losses for Ryung. Losing 16 tanks in total. Jesus. Quite an expensive army. Su counterattacking, but now he's forced to transition into Viking Thor. We have anti-air. Viking Thor Cyclone out of Ryung. Su does make his way towards the stick. Does neither 6 base. Vikings, they take down a Broodlord. They get 1, they get 2. Good damage. 2 Broodlords go down. Ryung pulling back. Still building up his death ball of an army. Still not quite there, but there we go. Ryung, he has maxed out. Cutting workers at 75. How many tanks? That's going to be too many. 6 tanks in total. The tank count is far lower than it used to be. Much more diverse army here out of Ryung. Meanwhile, Su trying to build himself up. The Broodlords are okay, but the reality is that you can't defend with purely Broodlord. You need more to support this. Spellcasters, whether it's Vipers, Infestors, ideally both, do need them. Looking at our units tab, we have 1 Viper on the way. That's not that much. You kill the base though. Counterattack here by Su. Does snipe the CC. Takes down a command center. Rest of the army's rotating over. Oh, again, Broodlords are quite immobile. Su needs time. Does need a little bit more time. The army has been revealed. Tanks are sieging. And we're just zoning Su away from his own hatchery. And this hatchery is going to be going down. To deny the 5th. And we can keep pushing. Can keep pushing forward. Good kiting here out of Ryung. Pulling back, powerbomb with the Vikings. Thor's focusing down as many Corruptors and Broodlords as they can. And the Hydras, they melt against the tanks. Yeah, big tank volleys going up. The Hydras are going down. Thor's, they focus on every single Broodlord. There's 1 Broodlord left. 0 left. And Ryung, he's done it. He's broken through. Did cost him a lot of Thors. Did cost him a lot of tanks. They're snowballing out of control. Leapfrogging forward. Sieging up those tanks. He has control of the 3rd. Really good target firing there out of Su. Really good stutter stepping with his Hydras. But there's only so much he can do against so many tanks. Gets 1 more towards the end. Su's still remaxing with Mass Hydra. He's trying to Mass Hydra here against all these tanks. And I mean, he's trading okay. He's holding on. He takes down the tanks at least. Some of them, I should say. Takes down some of the tanks. It's not going to be enough. GG gets called. Ryung snowballs out of control and takes game number 1. GG. Ryung showing us that, hey, this mech style that he tried and failed against Dark is still viable, can work against an unsuspecting opponent. Remember, the big difference there between Su and Dark, at least on side Delta, is that Dark was able to get a very early scout on the mech transition. If you remember, his Ling got into the main base before the armories were even done, before the second factory was even done. Dark saw everything. Here, Su, it took him a while. It took him until he saw the main army moving out across the map. Again, just a late Roach Warren, late transition. Well, it did have a much harder time keeping up with his opponent. And with that, GG. Ryung fights back. And now we have an ace match. Now we have a game number 3. Let's go. Game 3 going to be taking place on Oceanborn. A lot of money streaming Brood War in South Korea. I mean, yeah, it's popular, right? Like, it's a popular game. And to be fair, like, I don't want to make it sound like, oh, like he's chasing money. Like, Not at all. Like, I'm sure TY enjoys playing Brood War. Otherwise, he wouldn't do it, right? So, I'm sure it isn't just the streaming, but he also enjoys it. The reality is that, on top of that, I'm sure it's a lot more enjoyable to stream it just because of the more active chat. Just because, again, Brood War viewership and chat activity in South Korea is just that much higher compared to StarCraft 2. So, it does make sense. Does make sense for TY to embrace that. But here we go. We're getting into game number 3, into the ace match. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Vitality. It is Ryung. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Zerg player, representing his new team, Dragon KZ Gaming, DKZ. It is Su. Okay. Now, even though Ryung did win with mech in game number 2 on site Delta, I do believe that it's map specific. I do believe that it is map specific, that Ryung would go mech depending on where he does spawn in, where he does load into, and I'm not so certain. I don't believe that Oceanborn is one for Ryung to mech it up. I don't believe so. We should be seeing some bio play instead. I mean, on the one hand, the mech did work, that is true. But a lot of that did come down to the surprise factor. Did come down to catching Su with his pants down. Remember, by the time Su realized what was happening, he was already invested into Hydra, into Ling Hydra. Wasn't ready with his roaches. So just a very chaotic game there for Su. A much more comfortable one for Ryung. And now we find ourselves in game 3, in that ace match. And Su has already been quite assertive in this series. We've already seen a 3-base all-in out of Su in game number 1. This would not be a bad map for that kind of playstyle. Likewise, Ryung did play Bio the last time he was on this map. Did play Bio. Did go for a more Bio-heavy composition. Looks like he does the same. But now the Reaper does dip in. Dancing with the Lings. Not quite committing. As he tries to go for this creep tour, but last is going to be zoned away. Back at home, that's going to be a 3rd CC before Starport. Very economic, greedy build here out of Ryung. Very greedy here from the Terran. Much more economic focus, maybe a better way of putting it. Going to be more economic focus, and behind this there is our starport. We float our racks over, going to be for a tech lab, I imagine, and an add-on swap. We could see Ryung go for another Viking opener, but before we can talk about that, that is an early Roach Warren. Oh my god! 3-minute 10 Roach Warren. The Reaper tries to dip in, but it is going to be denied. And Ryung, he needs to scout, needs to confirm, because Su is going for a Roach push. He's going for a Roach rush. And Ryung has no idea. Ryung does not have no idea. There's that add-on swap. Ooh, it is going to be Viking first. This is brutal. We should be starting up a Banshee. Like, a Banshee can be on the horizon here for Ryung, but because it's going Viking first, that does mean that Su's going to be in the dark, but Su doesn't care. He's going for a Roach push. So the Viking won't help too much against this. Now, as a reminder for Su, this is not an all-in. Su is droning. Su is droning up behind this. Is going for a 9-roach push. And I believe Ryung has yet to confirm.
Command center upgrade complete.
He has yet to confirm what's going on. Viking is revealed. Roaches they're pushing on the left-hand side. They do come across the Hellions. And now Ryung knows. Now he knows what's going on. He does pull back. No bunker, no sack defense. He's got a Hellions to defend. No Marines either. He's teching. He's working on add-ons. It's going to be a tough hold. Viking forced to land. Boys are being pulled. Again, they have to be. And Ryung, he evacuates his natural. stuck on one base. And the goal for Su should just be to contain. Should just be to contain the army of Ryung and drone up behind this. Is all we need to do. Blair is now on the way for Su. Banshee does force back the army. Finally, Ryung, he can regain control of his natural. But the damage was done. Su is bleeding out a couple of these roaches though, and if he bleeds out too much, then Ryung can go for a big counterattack. Uh-oh. Can go for a massive counterattack, cleans up almost every single roach. One of them does survive. I spoke too soon. So it does go down as well. Hellions, they threaten a dive, but the Queen's in position. Ryung does think better of it. Does fall back. Does pull back in the end, getting into more Raxes. The game going to be settling from here. But because of that initial roach push, Su, he does have quite a lead here. He's already on 80, oh sorry, on 61, 67 drones. Is not going for a three-way stall in. Su decides to take up instead. We're taking up into a Baliness, into Link Speed, and a Hydra Deck. Very interesting. Okay. So Su is just calming things down, pulling back, taking his lead and extending it. We're working on this next step. Meanwhile, Ryung is stuck at home, is harassing with some Viking at least, or a Viking. Doing what he can. Got an Overlord, got two. Not much else. And I'm concerned because Su, he's been so greedy, droning up to 91 by the way. My god. 91 drones here for Su, and now we can focus on maxing out on what? On Roach Ravager with Hydras as well. No Lurker Den yet here for Su. Ryung at least doesn't have to worry about that. And with that, you can see Ryung just forced to pull back, clearing up creep. Trying to make it maintain control here over the Zergs. Here we go. Ryung now pushing out with everything he has. He's got 3 tanks, he's got Marines, his Hellbats morph in. This push is hitting later than normal. It's going to be around an 8-minute timing here from Ryung. And can he break through? Dustin Ford gets a queen. One queen goes down. We barely try to chase down the second. Candace on the high ground. Su getting in position. Bailey's do crash in. Good Bailey connections there from Su. The piles were lackluster. The tank did survive. And Ryung, he wants to keep going. Ryung has not much left behind this, but alas, we have too many reinforcements. We collapse on the tanks go down. And there's only Marines left. And it's not going to be enough. Enough to deal with what Su has. Another tank hiding in the tall grass. Is going to be cleaned up. Behind this, Ryung just trying to muster up his army, rally his reinforcements. Build up for a second wave. The first is usually the strongest. I mean, Ryung, he is able to deny this center base, but Su's already got a 4th and a 5th, and now he's working on the 6th. Ryung rotate around. Su keeping up. He is able to keep up, collapsing on the army, forcing it to lift off. And Ryung, with that failed push, I mean, he was so committed with it. He doesn't have a 4 CC. No fourth base inside for Ryung. We A-Rexing? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, fair enough. It's a 3-base all-in. It's an A-Rex here from Ryung, just doubling down here with max production on 3 bases. Hasn't taken extra gases at the third, hasn't taken a second factory, which means, again, there's no longevity here to the economy of Ryung. Just 3-base all-in. And if Su drones up too much, then he could be caught off guard. The problem is that Su droned up to 90 very early on. He's already gotten away with it. His economy has been insane. His bank is insane as well. As Ryung commits to his all-in, Su goes for a big counterattack, catches reinforcements, gets around on the Marines. Oof, Marines are going down. Rolling in. The wall falls. We get on top of the Liberators as well. And Su, he does break into the natural. At the same time, Ryung trying to do the same to the 5th base of Su. But everything else is on fire. Big connections in the middle line. SCVs go down. 37 SCVs in total. That's a kill on the 3rd base. And Ryung, he may be killing a base of his own, but the hatchery doesn't matter. It's not as impactful as that CC was for Ryung. And this is his final army. This is his last hurrah. One of the tanks caught on siege. Not the best bathing connections, but we take down 2 tanks. 2 tanks go down nonetheless. Ooh, Ryung has to just stand and fight, take some bathings to the face. The tank falls, we're down to only Marine. Just mass Marine here from Ryung. That's all he has left. As a reminder, this was initially a 3-base all-in. Now it's turned into a 1-base all-in. Ryung desperately just trying to mine whatever he can. Trying to sustain himself. Ooh, take down the medevac. From here, the writing is on the wall. I mean, Su's got double the supplies. We have seen some comebacks already here tonight. Some wild comebacks. But GG gets called. It's not going to happen. Not here, as Su will take the series at 2-1, advancing on and qualifying for GSL. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Su as he does it again. Su, it feels like he's been overshadowed by a lot of the other Zerg players in current StarCraft. You know, Su has been back from the military for quite some time, and he has yet to really break out into the scene like he once did. But he takes his first step. Does take his first step. Does qualify for GSL. GG, congratulations. My condolences to Ryung here. Ryung, he did so well for himself, forcing the ace match against both Dark and Su, but it is not good enough. And with that, Su qualifies. Ryung gets knocked down to compete and to try once again in round 2 in that last chance qualifier. GG. GG, well played. With that, we wrap up with Group B. And now we're diving into Group C. Diving into Group C instead. Up next, we have our next series. It's going to be a Zerg versus Protoss. Whew, taking a bit of a break from Terrans and diving into a ZVP instead. It is going to be Solar versus Creator in a Zerg versus Protoss matchup. Let's go. He fought so well as well. He did, right? Like, Ryung, he did very well for himself overall. I mean, there's a world out there where maybe he even beats Dark. Maybe he even does beat Dark in that previous series, but alas, did fall here against both Dark and Su. And now we're getting into a different group, a very different group, different players as well. Maybe wondering, where are some of these other players that we're known to see? That might be in Group C or even in Group number D, or Group D, even in Group D. Letter 1, true. Let's go. As we find ourselves on Alkyone. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkyone, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Team Vitality. Ryung's teammate, it is Solar. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player representing Club NV. It is Creator. Oh, one moment as I try to quickly set up the team for Creator. There we go. And we are settling on in, and I'm excited. I'm definitely excited here for the series. Solar, one of the best Zerg players in all of South Korea. I'll say top 2 alongside Dark. And Creator, he's a very unique player himself as Solar is rushing into the gold. Let's go! The Clown Fiesta has begun. Solar mining through those minerals, rushing into the gold base already. Aggression is upon us, and the question becomes, Creator, how long does it take him to realize what's going on? Very quick to scout, very quick to realize what is happening. Does check the gold, does confirm the hatchery, and now the pressure is on Creator to punish this hatchery. Oh boy, can he do it? Can he pull it off? Now, with this natural gold base, this can just boost an all-in, lead into a Roach base all-in, a Ling Bane bust as well. Solar is going to have a much stronger early to mid game here because of this gold. And Creator, he cannot allow that to happen. Not uncontested. Here's that drone Maynard from Solar. Moving over towards that natural. You can see here, Creator just trying to get eyes on any extra gases, on any fast Roach Warren. Making sure there's nothing crazy going on with this build. And Creator just going gate expanded to Cybercore. Bold move by Creator. Not gonna lie, very bold move. Now, typically against this build, a lot of Protoss players, I'm referring to players like Classic, players like Hero, what they would do in this position is to throw down the second gateway. Is to delay the expansion, throw down the second gateway, and to go 2-gate Adept, 2-gate Vanilla Adept, and apply pressure and harass his space, leading into Stargate, into Oracle harassment, into a third base, and into a third base push there from the side of the Protoss. Unfortunately, already Adepts have gone down, and Solar, he's looking quite comfortable. Getting very comfortable here at the goal. I do worry that the time to punish this base has come and gone. At least when it comes to the builds. We do have the Oracle on the way, or the Stargate at least, for Oracle production. With that, we can try to punish the greed of these players. But we shall see, as the first unit of choice is indeed going to be the Oracle. Okay. Is going to be an Oracle opener here out of Creator. Adepts moving out, threatening that main. Speaking a little bit about Creator, again, he has a very unique playstyle. More often than not, he does avoid the meta and just plays his own way instead. Just has his own preferences, maybe a better way of putting it, as one Adept goes down. But Creator, he usually thrives in the mid to late game. Not necessarily the most fastest of players, but positional wise, strategically as well, we have seen Creator pop off. As the Oracle tries to dip in, gets zoned away. Oracle heading towards that goal, but once again, Queens are in position. Solar being quite greedy here. We should be seeing a Spore at the gold, and there it is. Spore is now just starting. Spore is now starting up here for Solar. Back at home, additional Oracles are on the way for Creator. He's up to 2, soon to be 3. And the triple Oracle opener, it's standard for a reason. It allows you to expand and take your third without too much trouble if Lings try to harass, and you have plenty of Oracles to focus on those Lings. As you just gain more and more efficiency. As Lings to actually break through into the main. Uh-oh. Oh, this should not have happened. Lings slip into the main base, get a full scout as well. They don't get eyes on too much, thankfully. This is what the Stargate. Did confirm that it wasn't quite researching, or there was no production underway there. From here, we do see Creator just falling back for a moment, still taking control of the Zelnaga, but not quite committing. Solar moving out towards the left-hand side, and it looks like he's looking for another cancel. Oracle's in position. Oracle is there. Lings, they try to bust in towards the natural once again. A lovely wall up there with the Stalker. Wall off at Eps. They do shade in towards the natural. We completely clean them up. How many drones did we get? 5. 5 drones go down. For 8 at Eps. Not quite worth it. Quite worth it in the end. Solo going for his own push. Queens are walling out across the map as well. Oracles, they will not help in the defense. We have 8 queens in total. Lings, they dive on the cyber core. The first immortal is going to pop out. With the arrival of that first immortal, we just deviate away and we go for the third. Now, as a reminder, Creator, he doesn't have to save that third base. He can't afford to lose it. What about the main army, though? What about the all-in? As Solar, he cut workers at 38. We spoke about it. The goal base was not punished, by the way, which is why this all-in is snowballing out of control. Solar cutting workers early on, not even saturating his third. The gold was all he needed. Queens are waddling back. The damage was done. Shut down the initial setup here. The SimCity, the wall, overcharge was forced. And we even did focus on one of those oracles. Now behind this, Creator is trying to bounce back. He's getting into disruptor production. Disruptors are a really nice way to trade very efficiently, overly so, against an unsuspecting player. But before that does occur, Lings and Ravagers, they dive on top of the army. We do take it Nova to the face. We don't even care. This Creator desperately trying to expand, trying to take a third. He's been trying to. There we go. He does ferry that probe over, and the third is going to be able to get up and running eventually. Aren't going to be getting there. Behind this, Solar just working on the fourth. I mean, happily mining from his gold. Has been left undisturbed for quite some time. And yeah, with this, Solar, he's just got map control, right? Like, after the initial push, after killing the third, I mean, we didn't even have a third. I just realized I assumed we were just going to rebuild it. But no, Creator staying on 2 bases intentionally so. And it's just a 2 base all in. Again, why hide a why throw down a fake third when you just go for a 2 base all in anyway? We are pushing while slowing down the army. It's all or nothing here for Creator. Show us the Novas. It all comes down to these Novas. How good are the connections going to be? The longer this goes on, the better it is for Solar. There he goes up. Oh! Oof. Quite connecting. Instead, we dive on the Queens. Do focus one down. Yeah, Queen does fall. Nova connects with more Queens. We're gaining ground. But without those Novas, you can see Solar be a little bit more assertive, pushing on through. Files are connecting. Lings, they're coming from behind. The flanking Lings, they take down two of those disruptors. Immortal as well. GG gets called as the surround is too much, and Solar will take game number 1. Ooh, GG. Solid game there. Oh, solid game there from Solar, taking that first game. And Creator didn't play too poorly there by any means, but unfortunately his third base was shut down completely. He was forced into an all-in. There wasn't much more available there for Creator, given that position, given that circumstance. Did have to commit in some way. Again, because of that gold and Solar did snowball out of control. Again, this is the scary thing about Akionim. You see a goal base, you need to punish it. If not, Zerg players can get out of hand. But here we go. We're getting into game number 2 and spawning in the top left-hand corner. In the top left-hand corner of side Delta, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Vitality. And on side, it is Solar. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, down in this series, looking to bounce back here and now. In game number 2, he needs to force that ace match. Representing Club NV, it is Creator. Here we go. So we're getting into game number 2. Creator does get across the map. Ooh, unable to delay that expansion though. Solar going for a 15 hatch, I believe. Okay. Able to go for a bit of an earlier hatchery. Able to get it down just barely in time. So not a bad start. So with this, Solar, he should be deterring Glaive Adepts, should be deterring Twilight Council-based openers, especially on a map like Side Delta. So I would not be surprised if Creator goes for another Stargate. And thankfully, this time there is no gold. There's no gold to tempt Solar. There's no gold to force Creator to react and respond and to try to punish it. So that much more chill. But we're calming down, Papi. We're calming down. Was just stretching. There we go. Don't forget to stretch your hydras. Sorry, stretch your roaches. Hydrate your hydras. All that good stuff. Whew. As Solar just going hatch gas pull, standard opener out of our Zerg player. Probe does confirm that, so Creator should be feeling pretty safe. Is it nothing awry is coming out from the Zerg player? Not yet, at least. So Probe is going to be forced out. Behind this, Creator getting to his gate expand into Cybercore. And again, winding it back. Unfortunately, Creator he just wasn't able to punish that gold base. We spoke about how I was shocked to see that he didn't go for a second gateway after confirming the opener. Likewise, yeah, just wasn't able to really get much done there. Able to harass, and oh my god, this I was not expecting. If you remember, I spoke earlier about how Solar, he got his natural up and running. He wasn't forced to expand elsewhere, which means he has such a safe setup here. He's going to be able to spread his creep, connect his bases that much faster. Because we're on side Delta, we have some natural terrain advantage as a defender with the ramp, with the wall off we can go for. So I'm a little bit shocked to see that Creator has opened up more aggressively. Twilight Council, Robo as a follow-up as well. We have a couple of options. I'm leaning towards a Dark Shrine opener. Otherwise, we would have pulled out a gas. And there it is. A Dark Shrine has been thrown down. If it was Glaive Adepts, we would have pulled out a gas a lot earlier here to facilitate for just a much more efficient build. As Glaive Adepts are not as gas intensive. As instead, we are going to be going for Dark Templar. And DT Harass can be quite brutal and quite effective here. Again, DTs themselves can get a lot done. If they fail to, you can always pull them back, preserve them, morph them into an Archon, and get damage done that way instead. Speaking of, Dark Shrine is on the way. Looking at the vision of Solar, he has yet to get into the main. Solar's in the dark. Doesn't know what's going on. Did go lair first though. That was a very early lair. That was what, a 3-minute 30 lair timing? That is not normal. We're going for our own all-in. Uh-oh. Lair first into a very fast roach speed. Roaches are amassing as we speak. Again, Solar may realize that something is off. That is true, but even then, this is a wild reaction out of Solar. And Solar's messing roaches, by the way. As we mentioned, like, again, it was a, what, 3-minute 30, 3-minute 20 lair timing very early on, and it's leading into an all-in. We're waiting for roach speed. That's all we're waiting for. Waiting for roach speed to kick in, and then we will pull the trigger, zoom across the map. And Creator hasn't scouted. Behind this, we're going for a DT opener. We're not even bothering to harass with the Dark Templar. We're going straight for Archons. Okay. We didn't have eyes on the lair timing. Solar just sending everything right through the center of the map. There's Mass Roach. Behind this, finally, Solar's droning. But his push is still quite committed. Yeah, it is quite committed. We dive on top of the army, focus down at least one of those shield batteries. No overcharge, we focus down another Archon as well. Bit of a misclick by Creator. Did mess up there for a minute, but regardless, we're gonna be able to chase away everyone else, get on top of the third, and focus it down. Now, Creator, he did evacuate, thankfully. Creator didn't. I mean, I say that did lose an Archon, did lose a couple of gateway units. Creator is in a bit of trouble, especially with Solar. He kills the third and he backs off. He just backs off and he drones. Solar extending his lead. Creator, the pressure is on. Down to one Archon though. And we're trying to skirt around. Trying to find some kind of damage here. Nonetheless, Dark is able to keep up. It will zone back that prism. And Creator, he has quite a lot of catching up to do. Now, at least his army, the quality of his army is not too bad. He's getting into Immortals, working on Blink, working on +1. Still working through whatever we can, but we're still playing at a deficit here, down a base. But that Solar, he's chilling. He's chilling, man. He is chilling now, taking his fourth. Archon Harass still trying to find some damage, but Solar, he's just chasing this down. Keeping under that prism. Oh, I spoke too soon! Roaches move out. Roaches move out. That is itself a Creator. He's likewise pulling back as well. Realizing how much danger he's in. Shield batteries are on the way. Overcharge going to be available. It's going to be 3 shield batteries here for Creator. But Solar, he's back with his second wave. Yeah, we collapse on the Immortal. Failings, they ignore the army. They go straight for the mineral line. Straight for the pylon even. We deny the warping and we overwhelm. GG gets called. And just like that, Solar takes the series 2-0. And Solar qualifies for this season of GSL. GG. GG, well played. Solar rushing into a roach rush of all things. Remember, it was a 3-minute 30 lair. With that fast lair, leads into fast roach speed, leads into a roach all-in. And unfortunately, Creator had no idea what was happening, had 0 scouting information at the time. And yeah, Creator, he just had a very late reaction to it. And Solar, he got a little momentum really early on. Was able to get a kill on the Nexus, was able to pick off an Archon, able to pick off some gateway units as well. Just solid execution out of Solar. And when it came to Creator, a lot of it is just lack of information there, lack of scouting to be able to get a read on what was going on, to be able to respond in time and have enough time to respond as well is yeah, something that Creator was lacking, unfortunately. And now we're getting into our next game here. Okay, so if you're a fan of Creator, do not fret, because he gets knocked down to another qualifying match. You can see it here before you. Up next, the final series of tonight's broadcast. It is going to be Shin versus Creator in another ZVP. Oh boy. Let us go. Our final series of the night. And it's quite fitting because it's getting quite late here. It's midnight here in Australia, and it's been a long day, Poppy. It's been a long day, so oof. Just making sure that we're up, we're ready to go, we're awake. All right, and we are awake, and we're ready here for our next series, for our next and final DVP. Let's go. Catch up with the chat. Each of these series have been hyped in a certain way. They have been. Ah, good. The only ducklings more cranky than me are streaming to make my morning better. Quack them up, like, taco, so taquito, papi. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good morning. Hope you're enjoying your day. If you're out there, if you're in the land of the Americas, I'm talking Latin America, North America, even Central America, you're an animal, papi. I see it in the chat. It's, what, 7 a.m. on the West Coast. You're an animal. I mean, if you're just waking up, it's okay, but I do know there's a handful of people out there that probably just like pulled an all-nighter and just stayed up anyway. Shaking my head. The passion is real, Poppy. The passion is real. Shout out to you. But here we go. We're getting into our final best of 3, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkion, we have our red Zerg player from the land of South Korea representing his new team, Diamond Gladiators. It is Shin. Is it Guy Men or Guy Min? Hold on. I need to double check this. Guy Min. Okay. Guy Min Gladiators. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player. He just got knocked down by Solar 2-0. Can he redeem himself? Representing Club NV, it is Creator. But yeah, the builds last game were wild. I glossed over it, but for Solar to rush into a lair, into a Roach all-in, for Creator to go Twilight Council first, despite the fact that his opponent was able to get his natural up and running, despite the fact that, again, Solar had such a secure start to the game. It was on side Delta as well, so you're that much more secure on 2 bases, much more than you would be on other maps, and it was crazy decision there. But now we find ourselves in a new series, and I'm excited. I'm ready for it. Again, a shout out to Shin. Shin did recently join Gaiman Gladiators, another one of these teams that's dipping its toes into StarCraft, you know, signing up 1 player so far, and I do appreciate that they're giving support here to Shin. And of course, Shin has to make it worth their while by qualifying and making it into GSL. Let's see if he can. Now going to be a gate expanded Cybercore, standard opener out of Creator. Likewise, Shin going for I believe a hatch gas pool as well. So everything by the book so far. Oh, I spoke too soon. That is some fast tech here. We're rushing into a Twilight Council. Okay. Creator going for a Twilight Council, and Shin should recognize, hold up, you did not cancel Warpgate. Warpgate is typically cancelled in this matchup to go into a faster Stargate opener. Alas, that is not the case here, and I'm sure Shin is aware. Now, with a Twilight Council opener, this could lead into a couple different things. This could be for a Dark Shrine or Glaive Adepts, or even Charge, to be fair, but I'm leaning more towards a Dark Shrine. Once again, we saw it against Solar. We have yet to see it here against Shin. We have not pulled out of gas. Whatever it's going to be quite gas intensive here. There it is. There's the Dark Shrine. As I did mention, if it was going to be Glaive Adepts, we would have pulled out of gas instead. The other thing that I was kind of leaning towards is maybe like a delayed Archon drop with a Temple Archives instead of a Dark Shrine, which would have been crazy, but not unheard of. Oh my god, as Shin, he throws down a very early Roach Warren. That is a 3-minute 40-ish Roach Warren timing, maybe 3-minute 30. Roach Warren has been thrown down. I mean, Shin, to be fair, has recognized that it is not a Stargate opener, so this could be more of a defensive Roach Warren than anything. Yeah, it's rushing into a lair to eventually get into Roach speed. And it's just going to be on Shin here to react, to respond, and to keep up with the aggression of Creator, at least in this stage of the game. Creason has moved out. Adepts are revealed. Again, we're trying to sell a story. We're trying to make it look like it is Glaive Adepts. As Adepts shade across the map. Meanwhile, back at home, we have a safety spore in the natural, safety spore at the third, and in the main base as well. So we do have detection in each base. Adepts take threat and shade. Dark Templar pushing forward. It is only one DT for now. Interesting. You don't often see only one warped in, and Creator, he does go straight for a third. Interesting. So, Creator, this opener, this build has yet to pay for itself. Clearly, like, we have done zero damage. Done zero damage. We delayed our own third base as well in favor of this tech, in favor of this aggression. Hasn't done much yet, but we do have Archons. We have Archons on the way as well. We can still pick off Overlords, you know, get some drones, maybe catch a queen. I swear just no! Creator! Oh, the star stepping is too good, and we take down the prison. There is no escape. The Archon's gonna be chased down as well. Shin popping off already. At least trying to chase down those Archons, but it looks like we are gonna be able to outpace these roaches. Speaking of, roach speed is on the way, a couple of seconds off. Link speed just now started. Shin going for his own committed counterattack. But pushing up a ramp into force fields, that's a tough ask. Oh, he's going for it. Does commit. Dives up the ramp. Overcharge is what we do. Barely take down one of those Archons. Barely, not even. Oh my god, that Archon refused to die. Doing its best immortal impression, and it does stand strong. We bleed out so many roaches. Oh my god. Both Archons do live. The shield batteries coming in clutch there. I'm afraid to look at the units lost. Oh my god. We didn't lose anything. That was not a single Archon, Sentry, Stalker. One Adept went down, but that's all that has fallen this entire game against 12 roaches. Very efficient. A very solid trade there, and suddenly Creator, he's looking strong, looking solid here in game one. Despite the more chaotic start. Things are looking solid here. We do have a Erotic Spay on the way. That's going to be for Disruptor production or even Colossi. Working towards Blink. Well, back at home. Shin still working on his own third hatchery. His third hatchery was delayed because of the push. Push that really leads to much. What did hurt Shin more than anything? Now behind this, we're attacking quite quickly. I do like this. We have a Hydrogen already done, +1 range on the way, and immediately we throw down the Hive and the Lurker dead. We're rushing in towards Hive Tech. That is a good way to recover, is to basically rush in and build as many Lurkers as we can, set them up here at these entry points, and just turtle defend until we max out. There we go. Madness Swimmer is on the way. Creator gonna be pushing. He's moving out, clearing up a lot of creep. Creeper's gonna be cleaned up. Creator rotating around towards the right hand side is spotted by the Overlord. Shin should be able to keep up. Shin should be able to. There's the first wave of Lurkers. Let's go. Are on the way. We spotted the army, but unfortunately, Shin a little bit late to the party here. The go base is gonna be cancelled. Ooh, that was a kill. That was a kill, not a cancel on the hatchery. Ay, ay, ay. A misstep there by Shin. not ideal to have our lurker upgrades on the way. On the way here, as you see, Creator just focusing on clearing up some creep. Did get a couple of drone kills as we pull back, respecting the lurker count. And what do we do here in the face of lurkers? Stargate. Stargate just finished up. With this, we can head into Skytoss, Fleet Beacon, second Stargate. That's all going to be available here for Creator. There it is. There's the Fleet Beacon now on the way. Before we get into the Fleet Beacon, we have a Temple Archives. We are getting into double Disruptor production. Still building up. Now, Creator has to be careful. Now, as a reminder, because he's transitioning into Storm, +2, Disruptors, Skytoss, Creator doesn't want to throw this army away. He doesn't want to commit. He's only posturing, only containing, catching these stray roaches here and there, and very nice force field. Oh my god! Insane force fields here on the Creator. He catches out the roaches. And now we're vulnerable. Now there's not much to protect these lurkers. We have to pull back. Center right is gonna be denied. Shin being a nuisance. Going for a roach counterattack here towards the left hand side as well. Does get in. Does get some probes. Pretty good. Does get a couple of workers. Meanwhile, lurkers are taken over to the face. One lurker goes down. One lurker does go down at the same time. An Archon counterattack here towards the south. No lurkers in position. Roaches likewise getting some damage done. 7 probes go down. And lurkers, they do rotate over. They do defend this southern base. And forcing out more static defense. We're in for a long one. Strap yourselves in, Bobby, because the map has been cut in half and we're rushing into that Skytoss army. Now, what's scary here is that Shin doesn't know. Shin, he has not... Shin is a Diva Enjoyer. But Shin, he has not seen the transition, so he's not ready for it.
Time to raise your APM.
I'm gonna stop looking at Shin's POV. But what I was getting at is that we do need some time here to prepare. And there we go. We have +1 air attack on the way. The Spire is done. Shin needs time to transition into Corruptors. Or even to build up the upgrades for said Corruptors as well. So +1 flyer attack has begun here for Shin. Moving forward with Mass Lurker. Lurker Hydra Roach. Good yoinks. Taking down 2 of those Archons. Shin is going for a counterattack. Does get eyes on that gold. Will deny it. Does arrive, but this time Creator is waiting for him. Does get a yoink in. Takes down a Colossus to take down 2 of those Disruptors as well. Shin gaining ground. Nova does not connect. Another does only on 2 Hydras. We force a cancel on the Nexus. Do force a cancel. Shin looking to push in. The force field making things awkward. Shin will pull back. At the same time, Big Zella warping into the main base, going for the Lurker Den. Lurker Den is going to go down. Zealous as well, catching Hydra reinforcements. Expensive losses here for Shin. Have to rebuild. I believe he's already got his upgrades. Yes, he already has his lurker upgrades, but would still like to remax and rebuild them. Greater Spire's now on the way. It's going to be for Broodlords. We have how many? 0 Corruptors out for Shin. It's going to be going up. Oh, this time big connections on the Hydras. We get on some of the lurkers as well. Creator looking a little bit more dominant here. in this last fight. I mean, in general, he's been amassing his carriers, and there they are, one after the other. Shin, though, he's given some time, getting his gold base. Has a bank. Shin just working on every single upgrade he can. Minerals on the way. 5 investors as well. And things are calming down, but also getting quite tense here. A lot of this is going to come down to whenever they do engage. Right now there are still bases to be taken here, so this could go on a little bit longer until we get our bases, until we're trying to fight for control of some of our opposing bases instead. As Broodlords have arrived. And they're here at the natural. A wave of 5 Broodlords finishing up. And they are pushing forward. Meanwhile, Creator rotating around. I don't think Creator has yet to really show his full Golden Armada. That's something that he's been keeping close to the chest. Close to the chest. It's been keeping close. Go. Looks like we might just be posturing to take the gold. We can get further. There we go. We are pushing out. Again, very limited crease spread here for Shin because of the pressure and aggression from Creator. Force to cancel. Can we push up this ramp though? We have a wall of stack defense, a wall of 11 spores. There he goes off, takes down 2 infestors. Storm as well. Very nice execution out of Creator, zoning back the army. Takes out another lurker. Focus down the Vipers. Powerbomb and Fungal do connect. But yeah, there's just no stopping this. There's no stopping the Sky Toss. Where's the anti-air? There's 4 Corruptors. This is what I was concerned about. Again, remember, Creator had no idea that there was this much Sky Toss. Had no idea that he needed that much anti-air. And he gets caught out with too many Broodlords, too many Lurkers, too much on the ground. But we did need more Corruptors. GG gets caught. Creator snowballs out of control, taking game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. We had a bit of a back and forth there between Shin and Creator. But at a certain point, at a certain point, Shin was forced to slow the game down in tech. He was forced to tech up into lurkers and slow the game, and just slow things down there and try to catch back up. If you remember, we met that kind of tech and that greed with our own, as Creator was able to just rush into Skytoss instead and just trump the army of Shin. Hey, you can have your lurkers, I'll have my Skytoss, and I know what's better. And again, Shin just was unaware as to what was going on for a little bit too long and found out too late. But now we're getting into game 2. We're getting ready for game number 2. It all ends here, or I should say we can bounce back, or it all ends here. As Creator, he's on match point. 1 more and he will advance on. Shin has to fight back here and now. As a reminder, for any player that has been knocked down, players like Bunny earlier, Ryung as well, for example, they do have another chance because they did get knocked out in a qualifying match. So regardless of who gets knocked down here, they will have another chance at redemption. Oh boy. Side Delta up next. Something I just realized. Am I crazy? Because these are all best of 3s, we have not casted a single new map here tonight. I just realized. No post-youth. No post-youth. No, God, I'm blanking out on the new names here. No Dynasty. No Amphion. No nothing. Just purely old maps. Okay, let's go. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing his new team. Oh, off this on my head. Gaimin. I almost said Genshin Impact. Representing Genshin Impact, Gaimin Gladiators is what I meant to say. Papi, I'm a little bit tired. It's almost 1 a.m., Papi. It's almost 1 a.m. I'm not a DJ, Papi. Not a DJ. Down in the series, he has to fight back. Here and now, it is Shin. That's why I was thinking Genshin, because it's Gaimin and it's Shin. Genshin. Yo, when is Genshin making an esports team? As spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Club NV, leading the series 1-0. He needs Ornomas one more to win it all. Here and now, it is Creator. The brain is leaving me a little bit, Poppy. It's leaving me. We're powering through this. We're powering through. And there was someone out there earlier that was like, Poppy, you can just cast all 12 matches today. What do you mean? No. Only 6 today. Only 6. I'm holding on. That's because the new maps are garbage. I mean, they are wild. They are very, very chaotic. And yeah, I mean, when it comes to the new maps, it's interesting, right? Where a lot of the new maps have very unique and interesting features. I was most shocked that there's just so much of that, and there was no new standard map, right? There was no new standard map to replace the old one. That's the biggest surprise for me, is you have Dynasty with gold mineral bases. You have Dynasty with a pocket gold. You have Post Youth with a hybrid gold base and a gold that you can take as a 3rd or a 4th as well. You have Ghost River, which has a 31-second rush distance. Very, very short rush distance map in the map pool, shorter than Hard Lead in the previous map pool. And what's the last one? Amphion. You have Amphion and you have Crimson Court as well. That's it. I think Crimson Court is maybe the most standard. But even then, Crimson Court has mineral walls that you have to mine through to gain access to other portions of the map. Otherwise, it's a very linear attack path. And on Crimson Court, you can take the center Rich Vesting gas space as well, as a natural or as a 3rd. Okay, crazy, crazy, Pop. I don't mind a little bit of spiciness, but I think maybe it was a bit too much spice, maybe. We'll see. It's still early on, still early days in the new patch. As the Adepts have arrived, threatening a shade. Again, it's going to be a double Adept opener from Creator, getting into his Stargate, getting into his Oracle production. Whew. This time, a standard build. So winding it back, it was a while ago, but in game number 1, Creator did go for a Twilight Council opener into Dark Templar. This time, just standard Oracles. I appreciate it. It'll be Oracles instead. As we move out, first Oracle gets turned away. 2 Adepts do one-shot drones, so Shin has to take this seriously. He's keeping up. He's going to be keeping up here. We go. As Creator just going to be poking in with that Oracle, but not committing yet. Likewise, not with the Adepts. And there's no reason to, as now we pull back, and now that first Oracle is joined by a second. 3rd Oracle's on the way as well. We'll see if Creator can break the defenses of Shin and get some damage done. Aerial Scout does confirm this. Behind this, we have a transition Twilight Council in the natural. Forge in the main is going to be +1, and I imagine Blink here from Creator. We'll see if he goes +1 and charge instead. But a standard transition here from our Protoss player. Nothing wild, nothing crazy. We're easing our way into game 2. It's catching up in the chat. Better get a good practice, otherwise I'll crack you right in the face. Oh no. I thought the Codex qualifiers are done and the group's already set. The Codex qualifiers occurred last week. Less than a week ago, technically. For those that are curious, the GSL Codex qualifiers were less than a week ago, and they were not broadcasted live, so we are going over those qualifying matches here today. Here today, we have been going over those qualifying matches, so there have been results released, so I mean, you may have already seen those results yourself, but unlikely that you would have seen the games yourself. That is what we are going over here right now, as a heads up. That Archon with the 5H, the Archon was brutal. That was that in the last game with the roach push from Shin trying to break his way into those Archons. That was crazy. And so now it's been pretty passive. We see Creator just poking whenever he can. He hasn't really threatened the mineral line, not yet. You can see here he hasn't gotten any drone damage whatsoever. Just trading with Lings, denying creep. Again, a very passive approach here out of Creator, and we see our take of choice from Shin even before committing into roach play, the Spire. The Spire has been thrown down, looking to get into Mutas. Now the pressure is on Creator to scout this. If he doesn't scout, if he doesn't confirm, he could be in a lot of trouble. It is going to be +1 and Blink finishing up. Second Robo, and a Bay is on the way, getting ready for double, I imagine, Colossus production. Before we can talk about that, Shin going for a big lane counterattack, but he's denied by the Oracle. Good positioning, good reaction out of Creator. Saves the 4th base. At the same time, Creator pushing right through the center. Blink is done, and we do blink away. Stasis Trap is baited out. Solid Stasis there out of Shin. Oh, sorry, Solid Stasis baits out of Shin. As Creator is pushing forward. Gets an Overlord. Does manage to get an Overlord. Bleeds out those Adepts. Doesn't matter too much though. Still an efficient trade for Creator. And behind this, but getting all of this. I assumed it was going to be double Colossus production, but we have a Colossus and a Disruptor on the way. A bit of everything. A little bit of everything there from Creator. And he has been so fixated here on pushing forward, on denying creep, on trying to apply pressure to these fringe bases. But Creator has yet to scout the main base, has not seen the Spire, and Mutas are on the way. And I'm sure you've seen this before, but unscouted Mutas in PvZ can be brutal. How many Mutas? 7. 7 Mutas that move out towards the left-hand side. 7 Mutas can one-shot probes. Making our way towards the natural. There is a cannon. Actually, there is that defensive position. Oh my god, Creator! He does warp in some Stalkers. Meanwhile, across the map, the Prism does slip in. As Shin moves out, Creator moves in. But we are in position. Shin does deflect the army, does deflect the drop. Going into Lurker Tech. Okay, double Lurker Den here from Shin. Looking to rush into double upgrades. Now, what's a little bit concerning here is that, I mean, at least the Mutas haven't been cleaned up, but they haven't really paid for themselves yet. Haven't done much of anything. Moving out across the map, Stalkers are able to keep up. Mutas take damage to the mineral line. One Muta goes down. Yo, for the first time, we have WCS Game Hard. We don't have to count. 1 Muta for 2 probes. Not worth it here for Shin. But again, he's working a hard switch into Lurkers. And we could be in for another long one. Once Creator realizes what's going on, that would be a sign to start working towards Sky Toss. Creator just poking in. Likewise, Mutas, they threaten some units, but they don't quite get anything done. Yeah, too many shield batteries. Too much overcharge. Phoenixes, yeah, they clean up what little is left. Every Muta going to be going down. This was not worth it here for Shin. 700 minerals and gas down the drain. And that's a lot of Colossi. That's a hefty army here out of Creator. He's maxed out. Gets a Lurker. But pushing into Lurkers is never an easy thing. Not without Sky Toss. We have to make a choice. Do we start up a Stargate? Do we throw down a Fleet Beacon? There we go, up. Connection. Leveling run by setup. Headed towards that natural. Natural's wide open. So do catch another 3 Lurkers. Decent pickoffs there by Creator, but at the same time, Lings, they get into the natural, they bust into the main base, but there's so much stack defense. Oh my god. We have 2 cannons. Probes are going down. Oh, only 2 of them though. A good defense out of Creator. Cleans up all these Lings. Only 2 probe kills. Very nicely done. Now it's pushing in towards that 3rd base. Picks up the lurkers, and what is it to defend? What is it to support these lurkers, by the way? We're out of position. We're rotating over, but the positioning here is too good for Creator. Pushing his way towards that 3rd. Lifts up the lurkers, does unburrow them. And this army, it's getting out of hand. We've broken into the mineral line. Drones are going down. And there's only 1 lurker left. Only 1, and we have detection. Creator, he's not stopping. He's not slowing down. GG gets called. Creator, he does it. He breaks on through. And Creator, he will take the series 2-0, qualifying for the season of GSL. GG. Yeah, Papi, yeah. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Creator for taking the series 2-0. An interesting series to say the least. I'm used to seeing Shin being more aggressive. I'll be honest. I'm used to Shin being a lot more in the face of his opponent, a lot more aggressive in the mid game as well, going for Ling Bane aggression or earlier Roach timings as well. But yeah, he wasn't really able to pull that off. I'm reminded of game 1 when, if you remember, Shin did go for a Roach push and he ran into like 2 Archons, a couple of Adepts and a Dream, and an overcharge. More importantly, like it was such a brutal hold there from Creator. He had so much momentum from that moment. Here in game number 2, Shin, he gambled a lot here going into mutas. We have seen a lot of Zerg players go into unscattered mutas and snowball out of control. Always see this, where we invest into 7 mutas and they didn't get anything. I think maybe they killed 1 probe. Maybe 1 probe. Not much more than that though. That was a big investment. And it wasn't just like the resources thrown away. It's also the fact that this tech, this Spire tech, delayed everything else, right? Delayed the Hydras, delayed the Lurker tech, delayed the Hive in favor of making all these mutas and making the Spire, and it wasn't worth it in the end. Wasn't worth it, and these big investments at this level of play, we can't make mistakes like that, or we can't invest in such a way and have it come out like that for Shin. So GG, a brutal series for him. Congratulations to Creator. And with that, we wrap up our 6 qualifying matches. GG. GG. One moment here as I quickly do update the bracket. Huh. And switch our scenes over to have a look at all the matches that we have covered here tonight. Huh. Here we go. Huh. Okay, so we just wrapped up 6 qualifying matches from the top. Congratulations to Rainer for taking down Bunny 2-0. Nightmare for also taking down Bunny 2-1. Both Rainer and Nightmare have made it through Group A. Dark and Sue, 2 Zerg players, taking down Ryung. Both of them, at least, taking down Ryung 2-1 apiece. Ryung did well for himself, forcing the ace match out of both Dark and Sue, but unfortunately he wasn't able to make it in the end. He wasn't able to qualify. Is going to be knocked out by both players. Is going to be knocked down into round number 2. So congratulations to Dark and Sue for qualifying, and a shout out to Solar and Creator as well at the bottom of those matches in Group C. Did also qualify for Code S. Congratulations. Congratulations, Papi. Now, if you're a fan of some of these players that didn't make it through, players like Shin, players like Ryung, and players like Bunny, then do not fret. They have all been invited into a last chance qualifier. Basically, the players that made it into these qualifying matches, they're all going to be invited and seeded into another bracket to play it out for some final qualifying spots. We'll be going over that next time. We're done for today, Papi. We're done for that. Ah, God. It's 1 a.m, Papi. 1 a.m. It is bench time here. But regardless, hope you had a great time. Hope you're able to enjoy some of these matches. Again, there were some great games to be had. Some highlights for me were Bunny versus Nightmare. Bunny versus Nightmare was beautiful. Same can be said for Ryung's performances as well. Ryung, he had a great showing against both Dark and Sue, if we did adjust a little bit here and there, maybe he could have made it. Maybe he could have qualified for Codes through this initial group stage. Regardless, we're going to find out the final players to make it through in a couple of days. I say in a couple of days because we have quite a busy week. Let me just double check. So quickly going over towards our calendar here. Tomorrow, in less than 24 hours, we're live. Tomorrow we're going to be live with Kung Fu Cup. Oh boy, Kung Fu Cup has returned because World Team League is back. Last week, if you were following the channel, you would have seen that we were casting the WTL Qualifiers. WTL Qualifiers did conclude. Code A for WTL concluded as well. And now it's time for Code S. Now it is time for World Team League Code S to start up this weekend. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday is WTL Code S. Be there for the best teams in the world duking it out. Teams like Dragon Kaizi Gaming, Basilisk, Team Liquid, Shopify Rebellion, and many others are all coming together here for World Team League. It's going to be amazing, going to be beautiful, and because World Team League has returned, so has Kung Fu Cup. If you're curious, Kung Fu Cup is a weekly tournament. It's a weekly open tournament that is organized by the people behind WTL, and they also provide WTL points. Now, what this all means is players individually, they earn points in Kung Fu Cup and in World Team League, and at the end of the season, we do rank the players based on their performances individually in all these tournaments, and players are invited into Masters Coliseum. Masters Coliseum is a big premier event that has been happening on a regular basis and is most likely going to be coming back once again after our next season of WTL. So yeah, a lot of StarCraft that's going to be happening every single week for the next 11 weeks, then the playoffs, and then much more StarCraft thereafter. So yeah, there we go. Tomorrow's Kung Fu Cup. Kung Fu Cup #1 for the season. After that, Thursday, I believe Thursday's going to be the day where we most likely have the second half of GSL Qualifiers. GSL Qualifiers will most likely come back on Thursday. Meanwhile, I did just mention Friday, Saturday, Sunday, WTL. We also have KSL, the Korean StarCraft League. We have Sparkling Tuna Cup. We have OSC King of the Hill. We've got ESL Open Cup Asia. We have a lot of StarCraft. A lot of StarCraft here every single day on a daily basis on the CranKy Ducklings. If you enjoyed the casting, if you enjoyed the content, consider following. Consider following us here on Twitch, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. We also do co-stream over on YouTube as well. So again, plenty of content available. And if you're interested in VODs, VODs are instantly available on YouTube as well under the live tab. YouTube does have a live tab with all of our broadcasts to be up to date. Otherwise, we do upload on a daily basis, but those uploads are behind by a couple of months, by like 3 months. So don't worry about that. I've been seeing a lot of people being like, hold up, these games, are they recent? Are they new? And I'm like, they're a couple of months old. We're catching up, Bob. We'll get there. We'll eventually catch up with our uploads. It's fine. Copium, Bob. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for the support. We'll see you guys tomorrow for some Kung Fu Cup action. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Not too sure who, but we'll find someone to raid here. Oh boy. Also, fun fact, as we're wrapping up our GSL qualifier coverage, apparently Wardy just went live and he's casting the GSL qualifiers. There we go. Apparently everyone wants to jump on it. And to be fair, I assume that they would. Like, I'm pretty sure like Wardy, Pig, all the other community casters, I'm sure they're all jumping on it. As the GSL qualifier replays are available now. They are available. But yeah, with that, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. We'll see you guys tomorrow for some KFC. With that, hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego. Hasta luego.